Kumo Desu Nani ka? 246. 246, I can't stop laughing. Muhaha. Emuto is mine. So easy. The instant I baited her with her brother Yamada-kun, Emuto-chan completely folded. While she might emotionally regard her brother as the pinnacle of existence, it seems she's still able to logically recognize the difference in strength between Yamada-kun and me. I'll accept whatever you do to me, just leave Nani-sama alone. That was the proposal that she bravely gave to me herself. I made her cry huh. Instead, I can't stop laughing though. But, after that it dragged out. Emuto-chan began this speech on her brother. That old guy magician from some time ago seemed to have given a drawn-out speech as well though, so is there something about single-minded humans that makes them talk for such a long time I wonder? There's also me who had to listen to the whole damn thing because I couldn't find the timing to interrupt. There's still this echo in my ears going, Nani-sama this, Nani-sama that, Nani-sama, hey, numb legs, do your job. Eventually, I did indeed hear everything about Nani-sama, from chapter 1 on his greatness to the final chapter on how he will eventually become God. The 7th chapter on child prodigy Nani-sama was rather interesting. Thanks to all that, it took a very long time until we finally got down to business. I'm so glad I'd set up the time management. So, in return for me leaving the great Nani-sama alone, I made Emuto-chan promise 4 things. 1. To not interfere with Natsum-kun at all from now on. 2. To prioritize acquiring any of the humility, kindness, or chastity skills. 3. Always carry one of my clones, the one the size of a fingertip, and abide by its orders. 4. Don't talk to anyone about me. The first is just in case she attacks Natsum-kun again after I release him. The second is worth a shot. After all, unless someone has a lot of talent it seems they can't acquire ruler skills. Emuto-chan does seem to have the talent, but I'm seriously doubtful about whether she'll be able to acquire any of them even still. As such, I won't hold out that much hope, and will consider it lucky if she is able to gain any. The third, is to help reinforce my monitoring. Now I will no longer need to act so stealthily in Yamada-kun's vicinity. I don't expect to be giving many instructions though. Currently there's not really much for Emuto-chan to do for me anyway. Though maybe the day will come that the situation changes and I need Emuto-chan to do something. The fourth, is an obvious precaution. Eventually even Emuto-chan's legs reached their limit, so I gave her the instructions, handed over the clone and then released her. At the time I also provided healing for her legs, as a special service in anticipation of future achievements. Unlike with Natsum-kun, it's not necessarily the case that it would have been better to erase her memory and place a parasitic clone in her brain. But, I've kinda given up on that. If I were to give a reason why, then it's because I feel that with that method it seems like she probably wouldn't be able to acquire a ruler skill. Ruler skills seem the sort where you can only acquire them on the basis of the innermost depths of your heart's desires and thoughts. For me, pride, patience and sloth were like that. Charity just happened to fall into my hands, so it's an exception I guess. For someone like Natsum-kun who has a pointless amount of energy just floating around then it's a different story though, but normally, unless you desire something from the bottom of your heart, then I think it's probably not possible to acquire ruler skills. In that case, even if I used a clone as a parasite to guide her thinking, a ruler skill wouldn't start to develop. For ruler skills that Emuto-chan could possess, chastity and humility seem about right. Envy seems about right for her to possess as well, but that's already been taken though. For chastity, she's devoted to her Nani-sama. For humility, Nani-sama is the best in the world so she's second at most. Yup, they're totally gettable. For kindness, let's just not go there. Now then, I've released Emuto-chan, given suggestions to Natsum-kun, and also erased the memory of the guards who fainted during the tussle. This way, there's now nobody who knows about Emuto-chan's reckless incident. What's this? While the actual event occurred just recently in real time, in practice it feels like an age has passed. Well, now's not the time for that. I should go check up on Sensei. I was somehow able to prevent the collapse of Sensei's soul. I prevented it, but it's not like there's no damage either. Several of her skills have vanished for one thing, and her status values probably also dropped. Most of all, the total size of her soul has reduced, though there's no indication of that in the status. For skills like automatic HP recovery and accelerated MP recovery, where does the recovery come from? Even if it's a fantasy world, it's not like the law of conservation of mass is no longer applicable, you know. Likewise, it could be said that something like the law of conservation of soul energy exists too. If the status values are based on the power of the soul, then restoration is also based on using the power of the soul. Using the power of the soul that is not already written into the status values. Therefore for Sensei, with the power of her soul having significantly declined, restoration of neither HP nor MP will occur. And so, within Sensei's body, as a substitute for the power of the soul that was lost, her own body should be being broken down for the purpose of providing energy. In short, even if nothing happens to her, her body will be covered in wounds. Sure enough, when I go check up on Sensei, she is lying on a bed while smeared in blood. With her hollowed cheeks, her originally small body has become even smaller. She's become so scrawny that you'd think she hadn't eaten a proper meal in many months, and if that wasn't enough, her skin is flaking away. I guess it's as if automatic HP recovery has gone into reverse. This is literally shaving off Sensei's body. Sensei's condition is even worse than I had assumed. If it's like this, then unless she gets treatment from someone else, she'll die. When I wonder why it's so bad, the answer comes forth. So as to not expose her wretched state to her students, she still persevered in pretending to be fine. Normally she should only have collapsed from weight loss and no more. Instead, Sensei gritted through the pain, and as a result she has exacerbated it further instead. Normally, to come from the practice grounds all the way back here by her herself would be unbearable. After all, it's at the level where she should absolutely have collapsed at the grounds and gotten Medicaid treatment there. Really, this person is something else. Isn't it too much for a single person to carry anything and everything on their back? That is so much like Sensei though. I perform medical treatment on Sensei. The wounds heal, and her ruined complexion recovers. I can't restore the power of the soul that she has lost, but the abnormalities in her body should stop now at least. Though she's lost a bit of body weight, she just has to eat for that to return to normal. Also, let's include a little trick while at it as well. Footsteps. I teleport, departing from the room. Naturally, after leaving a clone. The one who comes into the room is Potamus. With no concern for the sick person, he violently opens the door and strides towards Sensei. Potamus looks down on Sensei with all the cool indifference of someone looking at a laboratory animal, and he deliberately grabs hold of her head. Tisk. A single click of the tongue. He removes his hand from Sensei's head. He, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Looser. Maybe this should be said to be the silver lining of her injuries from this incident, as the part of Potamus's soul that has been grafted onto Sensei's soul, has vanished. I think that it's likely that it was sacrificed by the presentation skill. Say, are you frustrated? While it's just a part, are you frustrated at losing part of your soul? Naturally, there's no way that I would pass up the chance I had. The little trick I'd prepared earlier was for protection on Sensei's soul. Now Potamus can't interfere with Sensei anymore. In addition, the biggest reason why I couldn't interfere with Potamus has vanished. Next, if I could just do something about his ruler authority, then I'd be able to cast this piece of shit down to the bottom of hell. Hups, it seems that Sensei is waking up. Are you conscious? Potamus? Where am I? Your own room. Sensei's gaze is unfocused. Is she still half asleep? My injuries, did you heal them for me, Potamus? Yeah, I did. ORLY? Damn it. GNNNN. It's hard for me not to come forward here. Damn you, Potamus. Maybe he felt my killing intent, as Potamus quickly looks around the room. Well, fine. I shall ignore you for now. He didn't do anything unnecessary to Sensei either. Now that he can no longer take hold of Sensei, I'm finished with him, and if he tries to perpetrate anything, my restraints are waiting for him. He. I'm now looking forwards to the day when I can take his head. Quake in your boots while waiting for that time. Translation notes. Shiro starts the chapter with a classic villainous laugh, kukyuku. She also literally says, Emuto get, i.e. gamer lingo. It's hard for me not to come forward here, to come forward as a witness, as it were. Kumo Desu Nani ka? 247. The young lady villain bursts into tears. I've resolved the various incidents from the Human Academy from behind the scenes, and returned to Arnyar's place. I'd left in the middle of the conversation after all. Weirdly, his face was twitching massively though. Just what is he so scared of? How can there be something like that at time when I'm happily smiling away though? To twitch when looking at someone's smile, how rude. With regards to the actions of the elves within the demon territory, I entrust Arnyar to continue with that. When Sensei isn't amongst them, I couldn't care less what happens to a bunch of elves anyway. Besides, I think that Potamus's actions in the human territories is the current focus of the elves. As for actions of Potamus, that's basically to hijack Yamada-kun's country. When the hero-kun isn't around, I've observed him stealthily trespassing into the royal castle, and starting with the king, Potamus has embedded a fragment of his soul into all the key figures of the country. If he ever feels like it, they could form a huge army for Potamus. I don't inform Emuto-chan about that. Even if I inform her, there's nothing she can do. If it's not something I can do anything about, then there's no way that Emuto-chan will be able to do anything either. Yes, I can't do anything about it. Unfortunately, purely based on Potamus's mood, that man can do anything he likes to that country. Currently there does not exist the method to save the people that Potamus has put parasites on. Before they get used, there's not much I can do except to kill them. That sure is a nasty ability. It's like he can indiscriminately do something like the attack I once attempted on the Demon King. Well, though I say indiscriminately, based on him clutching Sensei's head, it seems likely that he needs direct contact though. Even still, it's scary that there's no defense against it. If those with the parasites would resist and were able to smash Potamus's soul instead, that would be great, but I guess that's impossible. The humans on this world are generally weak to heresy attacks. Or rather, it's because their heresy resistance is low. I guess that's because for skills and the like, when people's souls are not exposed to heresy attacks for a long time, it causes their resistance level to drop, and the soul itself continues to degenerate as well. As for the reason why they are not used to heresy attacks, it's because heresy attacks are banned by the church. Well, I'm sure the reason for that is if heresy magic is capped out, taboo is then derived from it. For the church, letting taboo spread is not something they want. I should get in contact with the church sooner or later, I guess. Though I think so, there's been all sorts of things I've had to do and I've been dragging my feet and putting it off for now. It's not like going to meet some strange pope is annoying or troublesome or absolutely anything like that. It's not, okay. Besides, it's true that I'm busy. After returning from Arnyar's place, I head towards Vampire Girl's place. It's in the middle of the night already. Despite that, that delinquent daughter has slipped past the eyes of my clones and concealed her whereabouts. How did she manage to deceive my eyes? Isn't she putting her efforts into a strange direction? So, because I can't find her with the eyes of my clones, I search the vicinity with the eyes of my main body. I find a place that seems about right, and charge in. Kaye. Wah. Slam. I close the door. I didn't see anything. This is unreal. Vampire Girl, she's already climbing the stairs to adulthood. She's even climbed ahead of me. What's this? Even though this should be nothing to be ashamed of really, there's still this vague sense of defeat. Or rather, is this why you shook off my clones? Make the most of your high-spec ability, why don't you? It sure seems like she combined several skills to create an original technique. Did she use shadow magic to cover the building itself? She used something like that to hide her concealment? Even still, it's not ordinarily possible to deceive my eyes, so maybe she used some other method. Arg. This is ridiculous. Or maybe, is it possible that this isn't her first offense at using such skillfulness? There's been previous occasions when I've lost briefly sight of her, so possibly. So, where is Waldo-sama? I am terribly sorry. I have lost sight of him. For some reason several males and females have gathered together and are having a whispered conversation. For some reason I decide to listen closely. Who saw him last? It was I. As expected, he was with that woman. I see. I feel I've seen them somewhere before. It's that Aja-san and her followers who go to the same academy as the vampire girl. I can't remember her name though. Maybe I should have gotten hold of a memory skill or something before my apotheosis. My memory might as well be Swiss cheese, even if I do say so for myself. What shall we do? If we can't find him, there's nothing we can do. But, are you okay with this? At this rate, that woman, and Waldo-sama will. I don't know who Waldo is, but perhaps there's no need to guess that he was the one with vampire girl just now? If that's the case then it's not at this rate but, already done, you know. Felminasama, let's do something about that woman. That's right. Since that woman has appeared, Waldo-sama and the other high-ranking boys have started becoming strange. There's been times when their eyes are vacant, that woman has definitely done something to them. At this rate, it's possible that the ones who should be the future leaders of this country will go through something that cannot be undone. That woman they're talking about, is the vampire girl, right? Yeah. How should I put it? Please excuse my daughter. Did I make some kind of mistake in her education? Or perhaps, to turn men into servants is what a vampire should be doing? Or rather, was she ever like that in the previous world? I don't quite remember everything about Vampire Girl after all. Silence. To the followers who are still arguing, the young lady in the center bluntly declares that, if I could have done something, I would have done it already. However, that woman avoids it as if nothing had happened every time. That woman is a true monster. Listen, do not do anything careless. So that's why there's been so many incidents around the vampire girl recently, huh? Well, if those who are basically equivalent to the princes of the country are emasculated by some unidentifiable woman from who knows where, anyone would be cautious. That's particularly the case if there seems to be some suspicious technique involved. They'd even go so far as to physically remove her, of course. But, it was futile. Well, I guess so. My girl hasn't been raised so softly as to kick the bucket from only that much. Felminasama, you couldn't possibly mean. You must not speak any further. Also, you didn't hear anything either. All the followers nod their heads silently. If anything happens to me, please take care of this country. It seems you're prepared for the worst, abjectly sorrowful young lady. Well. Most likely, this girl will be removed by the vampire girl, huh? Her way of thinking is totally like a vampire now after all. She herself hasn't realized the drastic changes in what was natural for her as a human, and what is natural for her now. That's why, she's unconsciously caused the current situation. Really? I don't really give a damn about this country's future, but maybe I can use this young lady. If I feel inclined afterwards, I might pick her up. At a later date, that young lady was convicted. Since I felt it would be a waste otherwise, I picked her up. She has some decent talents for one, so if she could gain a ruler skill it would be a good bargain. Translation notes. Regarding young lady villain in the title, if you've read any series where the protagonist reincarnates into the role of the antagonist Aja-sama character in an otome game, this is generally the term used for that role. For reference, Shiro gained Heresy Attack LV1 in Chapter 109, via the Fearbringer title. She also gained Heresy Resistance LV1 in Chapter 60, via the Merciless title. Felmina is the person Waldo was engaged to in Blood 25. His name has been written as Wald elsewhere but I decided to do it as Waldo here instead. On a final note, while the author is hinting very strongly as to what Shiro saw, the details are clearly being left to the imagination. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? 248. A vampire's nature. The one who cannot hide their confusion at the sudden changes in the vampire girl is me. Seriously, what's going on? Starting around the middle of our journey she had started becoming a bit rebellious for sure, but it's nothing like now. Most of all I'm sure she didn't have the personality to form something like a reverse harem. If her aspect as a vampire was slowly coming out then I could understand it, but for it to be so sudden. Besides, I'm worried that vampire girl herself hasn't noticed her own changes. While I was unaware, has she been affected by some kind of skill perhaps? It wouldn't be wrong to say that I do have an idea. She has the envy skill for a start. However, the effect of envy cannot explain all of Vampire Girl's behavior. It probably explains her angry side and rebellious side though. Which is why, I go to the best person to ask about other vampires. I charge into the 4th Army and seize Mera. It's a bit awkward if you suddenly arrive though. Don't sweat it. I bet you're just doing paperwork anyway. You can do that afterwards. Your beloved Aja-sama has a big problem, so you should prioritize that anyway. I abduct the hesitant Mera. For now, we check out Vampire Girl's demeanor for a day. What do you think? Let's see. Certainly I think that this is better than abandoning my work. To my question, Mera answers with a humble expression. I mutely encourage him to continue. Firstly, Aja-sama's behavior is not incorrect for a vampire. Currently I am also doing the same thing. Oh-ho. Using magic on the opposite sex to seduce them. This is to ensure a supply of food, and to select new candidates for retainers. It is for these two reasons. As for it being with the opposite sex, it's a matter of personal preference, I'm sure. You too, Mera. At any rate, while I feel that it may be looked down upon, for a vampire that is the correct image. Besides, I'm not putting it into practice like Aja-sama is. It's purely that I'm doing it this way just because I desire to. Becoming defiant, then exposing his desires. Really, this guy. Please stop with that facial expression that seems to be looking at garbage. Just kidding. Yup, kidding. I'm totally not thinking of Mera as the enemy of women or a scum amongst men at all. So, to return to the matter at hand, it appears to me that Aja-sama has noticed her own desires and is putting them into practice. In addition, without any hesitation or guilt at all. Yup. That's the problem there. If my opinion is acceptable, do you want to hear it? Go ahead. This is probably the case, but I think it's possible that during the course of Aja-sama's growth into adulthood, that her common sense as a human has been overwritten with her common sense as a vampire. If not for that, she would otherwise be experiencing some slight agony, like the time when I had just become a vampire and my awareness as a human got in the way. I cannot see that in Aja-sama at all. Her common sense as a human has been completely discarded, otherwise her ability to think as a vampire would have been chased off by her human side. I think her situation is along those lines. I see. Pretty much the same opinion as Miha. The cause of that is, I don't know. In my case, I still retain my ability to think as a human even now. So I have no experience with being so completely engulfed with the instincts of a vampire. If I knew the cause, I would have some way to counter it. While I don't understand that, I don't know how to deal with her. I can think of several plausible factors, but which of them it could be, or otherwise which of them might have combined to result in Aja-sama's current situation, I have no idea. Let's try hearing him out anyway. Firstly, it's plausible that the effects of the envy skill that you have spoken about is the primary cause. For that, I'm sure that you are better informed about it than me, Shiraori-sama. Indeed. Of the various behaviors in Vampire Girl, there's several that could be due to the effect of envy. Next, it's the case that Aja-sama was born as a vampire. Unlike me, Aja-sama was born as a true vampire. Even though she has been raised by humans, her nature is still completely that of a vampire. It could be said that if she was still behaving as a human even now, then it would be more of a problem. I have no idea about what effects might have surfaced due to that though. That's true, isn't it? Because of the special skill Vampire Girl received on reincarnation from D, she was born as a vampire. She has no experience of being a human in this world, only the previous world. Thinking that way, does the explanation make sense? The awareness she had as a human until now, was brought along with her memory from the previous world, and as she grew up perhaps her awareness as a vampire became stronger. It's plausible. In addition, Aja-sama seems to be quite frustrated. Maybe due to that building up is why she has become like how she is now. Frustrated? Why? Oh, excuse me. My explanation was poor. By frustrated, I mean with regards to combat. Vampires regard fighting as pleasurable, as they are a combat-orientated species. Really? Vampires are muscle brains. HRM. That really doesn't match my image of vampires. But, just as I think that, a certain master comes to mind and I have to agree. So that's it. Vampires are combat maniacs, huh? I didn't know that. It's certainly true that I'm not allowing Vampire Girl to fight currently. That's because her level will rise if she accidentally kills a demon. Until all her status boosting skills are complete, I don't want to allow her level to rise. But the unintended side effect of that is for Vampire Girl to become frustrated. As a consequence, the built-up stress has accelerated her awakening as a vampire. It makes sense. Since she has memories of a previous life, I don't think that she's become a vampire to the farthest reaches of her heart, but if she's being faithful to her instincts in order to forget her stress, then her own sense of reason wouldn't be able to restrain herself anymore. I'm really sorry about this. It's half my responsibility that Vampire Girl has become like this, huh? Okay, then, I'll let you go wild to your heart's content. Fortunately, an opponent for her will be arriving soon anyway. Her opponent also has a ruler skill. Also, his level is higher. The one who has repeatedly fought and slaughtered, the Oni. In comparison, Vampire Girl is level 1, but with her special education her status should have risen far. All her trained skills are from training. However, she has no real combat experience. Yup. It should be a pretty good match. Translation notes. A certain master, this is probably a reference to Alucard from Helsing. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? 249. Hero Ni, Oni. With what's pretty much perfect timing, there is an off-campus exercise, and I allow Vampire Girl to participate. The location is inhabited by low-level monsters, in other words a beginner-orientated level training ground. The monsters of this world are categorized by different danger level ranks, and there should only be monsters of around danger level E at the forest, which serves as the training ground. For a danger level E, that's equivalent to the frog from the Elro Great Labyrinth. No matter what, they're not going to give the current Vampire Girl a hard fight. For these danger levels, it appears that humans were the first to establish it, the criterion being that if 6 adventurers are equivalent to a single monster, then that decides the level, apparently. So that means that, in the case of a danger level B monster, then if 6 rank B adventurers fight it, then it would be a good match, basically. In short, it's not the case that a rank B adventurer equals a danger level B monster. In practice there's a 6-fold difference in strength. However, it seems that the lowest rank for adventurers is D rank, a rank that anybody can casually achieve. Thus, if an ordinary person decides to register, then from that day on they can call themselves a rank D adventurer with just that. For that reason, for the strength of monsters of rank D and lower, the ranking is generally just for show. After all, there's a large gap in actual strength between a freshly minted D rank adventurer and a properly trained D rank adventurer. Amongst the rank D adventurers, because there's many fake adventurers who make a living by collecting medicinal plants without fighting monsters, they're not really considered to be that reliable. Well, though I began by saying that, for adventurers raised to a particular rank, there's also a difference in strength compared to those who are on the verge of rising to the next rank, so this is all just an approximation, okay? In practice, to be able to solo fight a monster, the appropriate rank would normally 1 or 2 levels below. So a B rank adventurer would take on a C rank monster, for example. Incidentally, for my original species of small lesser pterodactyl, the danger level is F danger level F danger level F. That's just how weak it is. That's pretty much saying that even an ordinary person can beat it, you know. Let's return to the main subject. In the forest, Vampire Girl continues to hunt. Her face is clearly showing that she is dissatisfied. Sure enough, she seems unhappy that the monsters are just so weak that there's no resistance. I have heard what Mara said, but for what a vampire desires from battle, it's not to trample over them, but the desire to have a good fight with an equal or stronger opponent, or so it seems. Considering that, these danger level E-class monsters are not fit to be the current Vampire Girl's opponents. Well, be at ease. Since I have already prepared a perfectly suitable opponent. Ogre Khan, whose path I've been indirectly guiding, has arrived at the forest. I can't use appraisal, so I don't know how far Ogre-kun's status has now grown to. Or rather, it might be wrong to call him Ogre-kun now. He's evolved. Maybe it's because he's been slaughtering repeatedly, but I guess his level rose enough for him to evolve. His well-built body has become smaller, and now he's become the same size as a human. However, even though his body has become smaller, the amount strength packed within it has increased. In my opinion, it's about the same as Vampire Girl. With those horns growing on his forehead, he should be called an Oni. What surprises me, is Oni-kun's face. When I wonder where I've seen it before, I realize it's Sasagami-kun. From Wakaba Iroh's memory, Sasagami-kun should be on good terms with Yamada-kun and Oishima-kun, who are currently in the Human Academy. I have many memories of those three talking together. Though I had known that Oni-kun was a reincarnator, I hadn't known who he was though. Both Yamada-kun and Oishima-kun were concerned about Sasagami-kun's whereabouts, and have asked Sensei about him several times. I had gotten the feeling that Sensei actually knew about Sasagami-kun. Did she figure it out while he was rampaging through the human territory, I wonder? If I combine the reincarnators in the elf village with the reincarnators in the human academy, I could have figured out who it probably was by calculating back. Ah, I guess so. Thinking that way, it was possible to figure out who Oni-kun was by a process of elimination, yeah no. Though rather than it being that I didn't know, it's more like I wasn't interested in knowing, I guess. Well, I don't really care who Oni-kun really is. What I care about, is why has he's gotten the same face as in his previous life. When I became an Arachne I had Wakaba Iroh's face though, so maybe it's that when a monster evolves into a more humanoid form, their face becomes how they imagine it to be. That being the case, I could then accept that my own face gained the form that I was most familiar with in my previous life. I wonder how Vampire Girl will react when she sees Sasagami-kun's face. And then she doesn't react. The battle starts the instant that they meet. Even though this is supposed to be a deeply moving reunion between two reincarnators. Oh? Vampire Girl hasn't realized? Or perhaps, she's realized but is ignoring it? One vote for she hasn't realized. Though I can't abandon the pattern where it goes, I had noticed, but because he seems strong that doesn't matter. Well, whatever. They've clashed all according to plan anyway. I'm sorry Oni-kun, but please become an opponent for Vampire Girl to let out her stress on. Afterwards, whether you win or lose, I'll have you go to your eternal rest, okay? At the start, Vampire Girl takes the initiative. Yeehaw! I couldn't help it. With that charge I felt that I heard such a yell. Vampire Girl, you've grown up to be such a fine muscle brain. Her large sword strikes at Oni-kun. Oni-kun tries to stop that with the katana in one hand, but can't defend and uses the katana in his other hand both together, and is finally able to stop the blow. Probably, he intended to stop the blow with one hand, and then use the katana in his other hand to aim for a counter instead. However, Vampire Girl's strike was heavier than he expected, so he hurriedly put all his strength into defense, I reckon. Fwa, fwahaha. You stopped it. You actually stopped my attack. Fwahaha. Oh, okay. Vampire Girl brings out a dangerous smile. This is a fight. For the first time in my life. A proper fight. Just how frustrated has she actually been? She has well and truly lost it. If there was a Battle Junkie title then she'd certainly acquire it. There's no such title though. Vampire Girl activates her magic and skills. Oni-kun prepares to receive that. I observe with popcorn in one hand. Fight. Munch, munch. Translation notes. For the title, say it to the tune of, "Here kitty, kitty, grinning face." Okay, not a particularly literal translation but it's not wrong either. The title references the Japanese equivalent of the game of tag, where the person who is it is the Oni instead. The literal translation would be, Oni-san, this way. Incidentally, for personality, the image of an Oni is someone fierce, relentless, merciless, etc. Also, the word for vampire in Japanese basically means blood-sucking Oni, hence the Oni vs Oni chapters. The literal translation of how Shiro calls Vampire Girl would be more like blood-sucking girl. For reference, The small lesser Terratect being danger level F was first revealed in Extra Bestiary. Yeehaw, possibly a First of the North Star reference. Something like this. Popcorn, another liberal translation here. Technically, just sweets/candy, but somehow popcorn feels more appropriate. Kumo Desu Nani ka? 250. Tag with ONI. Vampire Girl has activated Vermilion Sea. What Vampire Girl has developed is a composite magical skill, or rather technique, that joins together skills and magical power. That red fluid which moves completely under the control of Vampire Girl's will, dissolves everything it touches without limit. The blood mist from her vampire ability, strong acid attack and water magic have been combined. When I saw it for the first time, I was amazed. Anyhow, 3 different skills were combined and a totally new technique was developed. That had never even occurred to me. To be blunt, Vampire Girl is smarter in the way she uses skills than I am. Though I have activated skills simultaneously, I've never actually thought of combining them. While the solitary example of my poison thread could be described that way, that was still nothing beyond the specifications of poison attack. It's not like I never attempted to combine 2 skills at all. For example, trying the Evil Eyes with poison attack. However, I couldn't do it. Thus, I decided that not being able to do so was part of the system's specification, so I didn't investigate any further. But then, after Vampire Girl investigated even deeper, she actually achieved it. What I had given up upon, Vampire Girl has accomplished. In that sense, Vampire Girl can be called a genius. Well anyway, she wouldn't even remotely be a match for me currently, and even before my apotheosis I wouldn't have lost, I'm sure. If I felt like it, I could fully mobilize a parallel will to activate massively parallel magic and simply bulldoze over her, I'm sure. Heh, it's not like I ever needed to develop new techniques. I'm not a poor loser or something. I'm not, okay. In comparison, Oni-kun, I want to ask which one-man army you think you are. Arnie? Or if not him then Gilgamesh? Oni-kun's strategy is to fire missiles. He takes swords that explode out from another dimension, shooting them like that. To all appearances it's the Gate of Babylon. On one side a tsunami of liquid that instantly vaporizes on contact. On the other side pummeling by both a battleship and deadly missiles. Isn't this basically a war already? For the war I experienced before apotheosis, did it also have this haphazard impression when seen from outside? Or rather, the forest has gotten totally messed up, you know. If Vampire Girl uses Vermilion Sea to guard against Oni-kun's attacks, then Oni-kun avoids the wave from Vermilion Sea. The battle seesaws between offense and defense. Stop it. The forest's HP has already reached 0. Vampire Girl has summoned shadow demons. There are 8 of them, born from the shadows with the shape of dark red wolves. Those rush at Oni-kun all at once. Not even the formidable Oni-kun can avoid them, and while he's preoccupied with the shadow demons, Vermilion Sea completely engulfs him. However, it doesn't seem to be that effective. There's not much visible damage. It's not just his dodging ability, his natural defense is also high. Humph. This is a mudslinging contest. Neither of them have a trump card. Though it currently looks like Oni-kun is battling equally, in truth he's being slowly cornered. While he may appear to surpass Vampire Girl in status values, Vampire Girl's skill diversity looks to be putting him consistently under pressure. He's actually disheartened. Vampire Girl in comparison, doesn't really have the upper hand either. She's continuing with the long-distance combat and using her demon eyes to shave off Oni-kun's HP, but if it continues at this rate it's going to take forever. It's kinda like, both of them are surprised at the strength of the other and are being cautious. While Vampire Girl appears to be in high spirits, I guess there's a part of her head that is coolly targeting victory. The unknowns are more on Oni-kun's side. I had thought that his sanity had been completely blown away, but on carefully looking at his fighting style there's hints of planning in his movements. Does he still have his sanity then? Oni-kun makes a move. While prepared to take some damage, he tries to close the distance. Vampire Girl counterattacks with Vermilion Sea, Shadow Demons, and various other magics. While counterattacking she attempts to increase the distance, totally focused on finishing him with long-distance combat indeed. That being said, Oenikon is also doing pretty good. His body is infused with dragon power, I guess? It looks like Vampire Girl's magic isn't too effective, so it probably is. Even after taking so many of Vampire Girl's attacks, he's still so lively. Normally it wouldn't be a surprise if he'd been reduced to nothing. Oh. Did he get impatient from never being able to get close perhaps? Oenikon makes a bold move. Swords appear from the other dimension. Too many to count. I interfere with Oenikon's other dimension a bit and try to peek inside. Yup. It's been emptied. Just a few remain. It appears that Oenikon is intending to put all his efforts into his stock of remaining swords. Unsurprisingly, even Vampire Girl becomes a bit flustered. If that huge number of swords explode together, not even Vampire Girl would be able to avoid it and would receive heavy damage. Not that it would kill her though. Countless swords swoop down on Vampire Girl at once. Sunny with the occasional rain of swords. That's pretty nasty weather. Now then, what will Vampire Girl do, I wonder? Vampire Girl activates her magic. It's ice magic. Also, it's a considerably sophisticated type. A shining mist fills the area, tinged with red as well. This is not something I've seen before. The red shining mist and rain of swords collide. The swords shatter, the shining mist disperses. That was amazing. It's red and shining, so let's christen it Heinz, I guess? The Heinz swallows up the rain of swords. Even the resulting shock wave is frozen and dissolved. Net result, the rain of swords is completely neutralized, and on top of that the remaining Heinz approaches Oenikon. Having seen his all-out attack using almost everything he had in stock being easily neutralized, Oenikon stares in blank amazement. It's not like I don't understand his feelings, but doing that in the middle of battle is a basic no-no, right? The Heinz, as if sneering at Oenikon's hasty defense, takes his right arm. He countered by creating a wall of soil and using flames, but even then it had enough power to still take his right arm. That sure is fearsome. That girl, she sure has developed something else. Furthermore, she kept it secret from me. Is it that? Did she intend to use it against me someday? Scary. Oh shit. What's with this timing? Oenikon has activated Wrath. Well, whatever. The thing that's alarming me is something else entirely. The seal on Kuro has broken. Translation notes. Arnie, in Japan, his nickname is actually Shuwa-chan, which is what Shiro uses here. For Gilgamesh, she also uses the fan nickname Auo. It sounds like the Japanese for King of Heroes, Auo, Eiuou. Heinz, this is a bit frustrating to translate. The Japanese equivalent of Heinz tomato sauce is kiseki, which literally means shining red. Kumo Desu Nani ka? 251. Scarier than an ONI. What should I do? The other dimension I sealed Kuro in, has a different flow of time to the present world. Because of that, though I can infer what's going on inside the other dimension, the time lag is absolutely huge. That's why I didn't realize that there were signs that Kuro's seal was breaking. What should I do? What can I do? 1. Dear Shiraori suddenly comes up with an idea for a counterattack. 2. My friends come save me. 3. Nothing can be done. Reality is cruel. Yeah. The answer is number 3. Well, there's really nothing that can be done. Kuro is stronger than me anyway. Besides, for 2, I got no friends anyway. Ha ha ha. Okay, maybe I should stop messing around and come up with a serious countermeasure. Saying that though, it's obvious what I have to do. If he's hostile then eliminate him. Otherwise, wait and see for a while. If possible I'd prefer it if he's not hostile though. After breaking out from the seal, Kuro is heading towards Vampire Girl and Oenikon. HRM. Does he intend to get rid of Oenikon perhaps? For now, I don't want to get Vampire Girl involved though. I guess I'll prepare to save her at any time. Regarding that Vampire Girl though, she's sure been mangled by Oenikon. Now that Oenikon has activated Wrath, she's unable to handle his attacks, and damage is slowly building up. Even with the golden combo of future prediction and thought acceleration, if she's been continuously attacked at an unavoidable speed, then they're useless. It seems that she's able to endure it with the defensive power of the dragon scales, but how long will that last, I wonder? Ah, she's been decapitated. Or, so I thought, but she catches her head in midair and sticks it back on. Wow! You can actually do that? What the, I want to try that too. Ah, no, never mind. It seems painful. However, well, it's enough of a one-sided defensive battle that she got decapitated. I guess this is game over, huh? Vampire girl, is intending to do something? Don't tell me she's thinking of using envy? Ah, she is intending to use it. Whether or not she's going to be killed, that's not something you should use. It's punishment time for you later, okay? Well, she doesn't activate it. Since before that happens, Kuro arrives. Kuro lands between Vampire Girl and Oni-kun. Oni-kun slashes at Kuro, but gets beaten easily. I don't know what she's thinking, but Vampire Girl tries to crash Vermilion Sea into Kuro. Oi, fool, stop. Vermilion Sea is simply erased completely by Kuro's barrier. Of course such an attack would never work on Kuro. Hey, wait. Vampire Girl, you just used envy, right? You actually used it? What are you doing? Okay, punishment time is booked. Kuro grabs Vampire Girl's head. I stand ready to go rescue her immediately if it looks bad. But, my worry is misplaced, and Kuro simply knocks her unconscious. Then, Kuro pummels Oni-kun. Really, it's such a one-sided beatdown that the only word that works is pummels. Don't try this at home, kids. Level of pummeling. Perhaps his soul is starting to lose power, as even regeneration can't keep up. Ah, wrath has expired. I see. Wrath also uses the power of the soul to activate, so if the underlying power runs out, then the activation also stops. So, if the activation stops, I guess his sanity will more or less return. So long as his sanity hasn't been destroyed already, at least. But, it seems I don't have to worry about that. While he was fighting Vampire Girl, I was thinking that maybe his logical reasoning power still remained anyway. Are you satisfied with this? Kuro speaks to one of my clones. Oh my. What are you talking about? I know, if I kill this Oni, I will turn you bastard and D into my enemy, right? That's not actually the case though. Or rather, D is in the middle of critical work, so probably can't come. Even if this guy is a victim. The anger I am feeling now, venting my anger by hitting anyone, makes me feel refreshed. It can't be helped, this is my revenge. Humph. In short, Kuro currently has no intention to oppose me for now. Sounds like a nice deal to me. It seems like he's happened to fall under various rather magnificent misconceptions, but that's convenient for me. I've got no obligation to correct him anyway, so let's just leave him to his misconceptions then. For now, I retrieve the fallen Vampire Girl and Oni-kun into a space that I open. After confirming that, Kuro teleported. It seems that he teleported to the Demon King. I guess I should go too. It's about time that I should inform the Demon King about my final objective and the means. It's probably better if Kuro is told some of that as well. Based on Kuro's reaction when he finds out, Kuro's future will then change. Either way, I can expect that he'll oppose my final objective though. Nevertheless, Kuro is strong. A vastly lower rank person can't fully see the whole story, but a portion can be seen. I can't overlook how he broke my seal a lot faster than I predicted either. With this, it seems that I must revise my evaluation of him upwards. If Kuro and I go head to head right now, my chances of winning are maybe around 20%. Even then, since I don't really understand Kuro's true strength, I can't say for sure. I have quite a high evaluation of him, but it's possible that he exceeds even that. As for my current strength, even amongst the lower ranked gods it's the lowest of the low. In comparison, my prediction based on what I glimpsed in the current situation, is that Kuro's strength is about that of a lower ranked god, just a step below a middle ranked god. Normally I'd have no chance of winning. The qualitative difference is something like if I'm level 1000 then Kuro feels like he's a step below reaching level 10,000. However, I have been refining my abilities with the assumption of facing Kuro. Even if I cannot hope to compete in raw power, I'm sharpening my abilities to be something special. I can only win depending upon the gap in affinity. Same as always. Yes, the same as always. Fighting higher ranked opponents, that's what I've been doing the whole time since I was born into this world. Each time I gained victory using my threads and poison to take them unawares. This will be the same. Although, that's a long way off still. I teleport to the Demon King's location. There, the Demon King and Kuro are waiting. Now then, how shall I begin? Translation notes. A small note regarding the golden combo Shiro refers to future foresight. See chapter 189 for an example, but what Sophia actually currently has is future vision. Naturally, these skills are related so it's not wrong, but perhaps Shiro is thinking about her own memory of using it rather than what Sophia has right now. Kuro's words are all from Oni vs Oni. Kumo Desu Nani ka? 252. The Curse of Kindness. Shiro-chan. So is it true that you've been getting up to all sorts of things then? The first thing the Demon King asks for, is to demand an explanation. Contrary to the playful mood the Demon King normally always has, she has a dark, preoccupied and dignified voice like you would not believe. Well, that's the Demon King's original voice for sure. Before she degenerated by intermingling with one of my clones. Indeed, this is where Balto bows his head in fear, sort of thing. Before the present Demon King, there's only a very few who wouldn't be fearful. If you have no need to be scared, then you sure need a lot of resolve. If I'm not the one scared here, it's going to be one of them, isn't it? I'm on the no need to be scared side though. Without replying to the Demon King's question, I open my eyes. The Demon King grimaces for a moment, that's all. She endured the fear from my eyes. What are you playing at? A very cold-sounding tone. Depending on your answer you won't get off lightly, that intent comes across clearly to me. Secrets. Saying that while pointing at Kuro, I lightly dodge the pressure from the Demon King. The Demon King changes target to him. What does this mean? Kuro stands there unmoving with his arms folded, with his forehead furrowed. Clearly he's wavering between whether he should answer or not. After coming this far, being secretive would be equivalent to betrayal, I guess. Kuro breathed a heavy sigh, then he opened his mouth speak as if in resignation. I'll start with the conclusion. The degradation of the souls circulating in this world has become severe. Hey, isn't starting from the conclusion jumping ahead too far? Is there someone around who can comprehend the situation from only that? How severe? There was one. Was the Demon King always this quick thinking? Or is it that as soon as she goes into serious mode she gets smart, or something? A portion are already showing signs of soul collapse. Why did you keep this from me? If I'd told you, then what? With the heavy atmosphere, both of them sink into silence. So uncomfortable. Mind if I leave then? That's a no, then. Okay then. Answer me honestly. With the actions I've taken as Demon King, will the recovery of my energy be completed? It's impossible. Kuro answers immediately. The Demon King sits with her head down, shoulders trembling. For her to become the Demon King, just how much determination did she have and hoped for, I can't even begin to imagine. However, after honoring the goddess's directions for so long, this Demon King who watched over the world for so long, for the first time she took action against the goddess's will. For this Demon King who honors the goddess more than any other, that definitely required some serious determination. All the more so since she knew that if she became the Demon King, it was almost certain that she would die. This is where I shall show the way. In that case we simply destroy the system. To the two driven into a hopeless blind alley, they'll receive my suggestion like it is a dream, I'm sure. Naturally, they'll completely jump at the offer. What do you mean? For the energy used to maintain the system, the Ma energy comprises about 90%. In short, if we can simply supplement the missing 10% from somewhere, then by dismantling the system, we can meet the demands of the Ma energy. It's simple. It's the system that that rotten fiend, developed. It's not something that you can capture by a frontal assault. There's definitely a backdoor. Considering D's personality, the sneaky bastard, then at a place you can't normally reach, there will be a hidden backdoor. Is that even possible? Shiro-chan, can it be done? The two gaze at me. Doubt on the one hand, hope on the other. It can. As preparation for that, I had to sacrifice the lot that Kuro had isolated. That's actually not true though. But since it's not necessarily incorrect, then if I say it like this, Kuro will then read too much into it of his own accord and should come to a misunderstanding. So, that's why you did that. There, you see. I'll complete all the preliminary work myself. What's left is to secure the missing 10%. So that it's possible to top up a shortage in case of a miscalculation, it's necessary to target meeting the demands of 15% of the Ma energy. How would you achieve that? Cause a war, and in addition to that, one on an unprecedented scale in history. The plan that the Demon King is advancing needs to be enlarged still further. Also, there's one other thing. Enlarge the scale of the war. In addition, kill the hero. Kuro reacts to that with a twitch. That's right, Kuro would respond to the killing of the hero. However, I can't yield on this. Before the system collapses, bring about the end of the hero system. With the energy collected from the hero system, I expect an improvement of about 3%. While 3% might sound small, in reality it's a huge amount of energy. I want to secure that no matter what. Besides, if I can get rid of the hero, the survival chances for the Demon King will raise with just that. The hero exists to defeat the Demon King. That is a law that disregards the difference in ability. The Demon King will always be beaten by a hero. Even if the current generation's hero is beaten back, then the next one, or the one after. With each passing generation, the likelihood of the Demon King's victory decreases. It's not a matter of status or skills, it's because it is established that way. I cannot conceive that the current Demon King could lose to this generation's hero. I cannot conceive it, but it's better to make doubly sure. I guess, such a sacrifice is needed. What started it all was the negligence of Kuro as the administrator. At my words, Kuro's expression becomes twisted. I sure am cruel. It's certainly true that if Kuro had done the right thing, then the current situation would never have occurred. However, Kuro could never have done such a thing. Like with the Demon King, he's a pathetic man who prioritized the goddess's kindness. Because of that kindness, the irony is that this world is teetering on the brink of destruction. You could even say it's a farce. That's why, I shall destroy it all. I'm not lying to them. If the system can be compensated for, the energy needs of this world can be met. However, to destroy the system means that the skills and statuses of this world will be lost. For that which is rooted in the soul, that means nothing other than the forced removal of them. Accordingly, those with many skills, those with high status values, at the time of removal there will be a heavy burden on the soul. Like with Sensei recently. I'm not lying to them. If the system can be destroyed, the world will be saved. However, in compensation for that, that will result in the death of a large amount of this world's population. I am simply staying silent on that. Translation notes. Mind if I leave then? That's a no, then. Okay then. To be clear, this is Shiro talking to herself in a weird way. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? 253. Punishment time, for real. The explanation to Kuro and the Demon King has finished. What they do afterwards is up to each of them. Well, in the situation where they can't see my hidden cards, if something so tasty is dangled in front of them, it's obvious that they'll take the bait though. Kuro still seems to be a bit suspicious, but the Demon King should take the bait. After all, there's no other option available. Even if they don't take the bait, then it's okay. I'll just have to reveal my hidden cards. Ultimately, the Demon King will definitely come to my side. Then, she should be more than willing to transfer the authority of the ruler of gluttony to me. If that happens, then there's only a few remaining. I turn away from Kuro and the Demon King, teleporting. It seems the two of them need a bit more time to consider it. After they think it through, they just need to come begging to me. In the other dimension I teleported to, the vampire girl is sullenly standing with a daunting pose. It seems she woke up at some point. Who was that? By that, I guess she's referring to Kuro. She thinks that he got in the way of her fight with Onikon it seems. Or rather, he did actually, yeah. Kuro. He's the same kind as me. The same kind as Goshujin-sama. When I said he's the same kind as me, vampire girl made an understanding expression. But, the dangerous light in her eyes doesn't weaken. Let me meet him. What'll you do on meeting him? I don't even need to ask I guess. She'll definitely bite his head off. I mean that she'll literally try to bite his head off. When she found out that he was the same kind as me she should have understood that she has no chance of winning, yet look at this damn battle junkie. Well, it's not like I have duty to let her meet him anyway. No dot. Why not? In the first place, why should I have to go out of my way to do that? Particularly when I know for sure that you'll cause problems. Do you think that all your desires have to be granted? Aren't you pushing your luck a bit too far? It seems I have to make you remember your own position, even if just a bit. The man ruined everything just when things were finally getting good. He better take responsibility. I don't care. I do care though. Let me meet him already. Be silent. I raise my voice a little and open my eyes. That instant, vampire girl's body shakes with a start and she shrinks in fear. Yup. I see you do comprehend the difference in strength. Yet she still flared up at me that much, the fighting instincts of vampires sure are running wild huh. Well, time for a little lecture, including that. Envy, you used it didn't you? What might you be talking about? Vampire girl tries to play dumb, but her eyes are swimming like mad. Lies are bad okay, bad. Ow. I grab her cheek hard and pull. You used it didn't you? Lies are bad okay why? I was watching you know W. I pull the cheek that I grabbed around, up and down, left and right. Vampire girl grabs my arm and tries to pull it off somehow, but unfortunately for you with my superior physical strength that'll just be futile resistance. Humph, even before my apotheosis my physical strength, as part of my offensive ability, vastly exceeded vampire girl's, so there's no reason why I would lose now after my upgrade. Did you think those thin arms could beat my thin arms eh? Ah, isn't it more like mine are thinner? Yeah, let's ignore the matter of thin arms. I am sorry. I'm sorry. Vampire girl apologies with tears in her eyes, but I'm not going to forgive you yet. Though saying that, there's nothing left for me to do. I release vampire girl's cheek. While at it I connect the dimension to another, inviting the person therein. Aja-sama. Vampire girl turns her gaze to Mera, who steps in from the other dimension, as if seeking help. Aja-sama, your charm will not work on me. Mera slowly shakes his head, then slaps vampire girl in the face. Eh? Vampire girl blinks her eyes with surprise, unable to take in the situation. Aja-sama, would your parents be proud of you as you are now? That would, eh? Huh? At Mera's words, vampire girl tries to object by reflex. Aja-sama, to surrender yourself to a vampire's instincts in self-indulgence, that must have been pleasant I'm sure. Nobody will defy you. Nobody can defy you. Yes, you yourself enticed them after all. Was it like a dream? Or perhaps, did you actually think it was a dream? Did you actually think those incidents were all just in a dream, with no relation to reality? The butterfly dream. The current vampire girl is overwhelmed by her desires as a vampire, and the distinction between dreams and reality has become vague I guess. Or perhaps otherwise, it's that her consciousness as a vampire has become too strong, and her consciousness as a human has been shrugged off completely. Aja-sama, I shall ask again. As you are now, are you walking the life your parents proudly walked? Vampire girl doesn't answer. She can't answer. The retainer she trusted the most, the one she never thought would betray her has slapped her, waking her from the dream. Her dazed face is slowly becoming pale. Aja-sama, I cannot serve you as my master. That is because my masters are your parents. As the subject of her parents is raised, inside of her, vampire girl's consciousness as a human is jolted. Therefore, even if I have become a vampire with you as my parent, that cannot overwrite what is in my heart. Those words, at first glance, appear to be a snub. To the vampire girl, Mara is a significant existence. He is someone who has continuously supported her at her side since she was a child after all. If she is snubbed by such a man, how will she react? Vampire girl mutely shakes her head in denial. Those eyes have a suspicious light in them for an instant. But, what brings her back, is a second slap. I have already devoted my heart to your parents. I will not hesitate any more. I will doubt no more. Vampire girl hangs her head in shame. Her shoulders tremble repeatedly. Your parents have entrusted only one thing to me. To take care of you, Aja-sama. No more than that. Slowly, Mara hugs vampire girl in a gentle embrace. I was asked to take care of you. I shall watch over you until I die, Aja-sama. I will never abandon you. If you lose your way, then I shall remonstrate you. Until you return to the proper path, I shall raise this hand as often as necessary. However, if there is something I can do, then please let me lend a hand. In the end, if you ask what is the best punishment, then the most effective one is for a child to be scolded by their guardian. With regards to the circumstances in which vampire girl fell into such a bad state, her guardian Mara not being by her side is likely a significant factor. The Demon King said that if these two were allowed to be together, then they would depend upon each other. However, I don't particularly have a problem with that. Being able to depend upon someone, if that's the case, then isn't that a blessing in itself? For me, that is something I'll never be able to do after all. Whatever happens next is up to the two of them. However, I personally think that the two of them should be allowed to work together as much as possible. I shall discuss that with the Demon King later. From that dimension, I gently drop off the two of them in Mara's private room. Okay, it's the last thing remaining, but I guess I'll go visit the other reincarnator now. Translation notes. Same kind, the word used here can mean same kind of species, class, or category. Thin arms, there's this cliché in combat where a large muscular guy taunts their weaker seeming opponent's thin arms. Shiro is metaphorically acting like this, even though she actually has thinner arms. The butterfly dream, a reference to a certain philosophical riddle. Vampire parent, presumably Mara is referring to the fact that he became a vampire due to Sophia's power. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? 254. The Oni, the spider. I teleport to the other dimension Oni-kun is in. Oni-kun is still unconscious. Well, after being pummeled to that extent, he wouldn't be about to wake up immediately. I guess there's no other way, so I apply some recovery on him. If he recovers too much, then it's possible that wrath will reactivate, so all in moderation. While looking at his condition after applying the recovery, before long Oni-kun starts groaning and then opened his eyes. Wakaba-san. Oni-kun murmurs in a quiet voice. Yes, yes. Here's everyone's idol, Wakaba-iro. Arg, so annoying. Why do I have to substitute for Dia? I am called Shiro here. I see. I'm Wrath. Would you mind addressing me with that? Razu, Ratha. I don't know the circumstances for it, but it seems Oni-kun also dislikes being addressed with his previous name. That works for me too. With neither of us prying into the other, there's now no motivation to discuss our names any further. Then, Shiro-san. Where is this? Well, you would feel uneasy, yeah. The other dimension that we're currently in, is pretty much in its default settings. In other words, it's nothing but a large space. There's nothing, not even light. A totally black space. However, it does contain air and such that is the minimum necessary to support life. If not for that, you'd be dying for suffocation, or dying from the abnormal pressure from the vacuum state. Beyond that, the setting has been changed so that it's not just dark and it's possible to see. From Oni-kun's point of view, in this pure black space with nothing else, all that's visible is my own figure in isolation. Well, he would want to know where this was. Another dimension that I created. Another dimension. I thought so. Oh, that's unexpected, Oni-kun murmured. I thought so. Did he realize that this wasn't a normal space, I wonder? I have space magic as well after all. I had realized that this wasn't a normal space. Though I'm sure it didn't show up on my face, Oenikon read between the lines on my doubt and added to his explanation. That's right, it was when he was still like that pseudo-goblin. He possessed space magic then. I'd forgotten that I'd also interfered and peered inside during the match. Well, it never seemed like it would develop to the level where it could threaten me, so I hadn't paid much attention to it. As the level in space magic rises, it becomes possible for it to damage even me. It's true that I've specialized in space magic, but it's also because when space magic evolves to the level of dimension magic, it does have the track record of even delivering an attack on that D. That's quite an underhanded trick, I'm sure, but going by that previous example, then I can't say that nobody would ever be able to reproduce it. That's why it's worth keeping a lookout on space magic users, but with Oenikon's current level I had judged that it wouldn't be able to affect me. There's many things that I'd like to ask, but is it possible that it's not just us but the entire class who have been reborn into this world? You're asking that? Ah, well, I guess so. When someone you know from your previous world appears before you, you would think that, I guess. Particularly because in Oenikon's case, due to him running wild with wrath, he wasn't in any condition to be able to communicate with others anyway. There wasn't any way to inform him about the situation of the reincarnators. Everyone is here. Everyone. That sure is unexpected. Though Oenikon says it's unexpected, he doesn't really look to be that shocked. With the example of me being before him, it certainly establishes that there's some kind of pattern. Oenikon in his previous life as Sasage-Makun, had the image of being quite quick-thinking, I recall. Something like, he could read the mood on the spot and chose his words appropriately. Though rather than it being like he was worldly wise, it felt more like that he was desperately trying to prevent the peace from being disturbed. Well, being able to speak after reading the mood, that in its own way indicates that he's quick-witted. Talking about his mind here, I don't necessarily mean in the sense that he's good or bad at studying. There's plenty of people who are fools even though they're good at studying, and conversely there's also capable people who are bad at studying. In Sasage-Makun's case, he was reasonably good at studying, so in that sense he is fairly smart. Then, Yamada Shunsuke and Oishima Kanata, do you know if those two are well? When Oenikon asks the question, do I know, he seems confident that I will give him an answer. Well, at the point when I said that everyone in the class is here, it can be predicted that I have knowledge on the reincarnators. I don't really have a reason to hide it anyway, so I might as well tell him this much. Anyhow, it's not like Oenikon would be able to find out that I'm not limited to just having knowledge, either. They're both well. One of them has had a sex change though. But she's well enough, so I'm not lying. I see. That's a relief. With just that, Oenikon's face relaxes in what seems like his true feelings. HRM. I understand this much. Oenikon is extremely cautious of me. Well, I guess so, huh? Suddenly pummeled by some unknown guy in black, then when he wakes up someone he knows from his previous life is there. And in another dimension too. I'm sure it'd be impossible not to be cautious instead, huh? Ah, possibly Oenikon is a more simple-minded type. If that's the case, then he should have vented his questions at me whilst he was unable to think normally. My mind went all over the place for a minute there, but after thinking all sorts of things I get the feeling that maybe I hit the bullseye. Well, for me, that would be preferable, I guess. I'd also be grateful if fewer words are needed. But saying that still, I can't talk so much all in one go. When I was able to talk with the Demon King and Kuro earlier, half of that was because the Demon King was one of them, and the other half was because I had already decided on my words in advance and had practiced my lines, you see. So, if you think I'll be able to fluently reply in a question and answer session where I've not determined what to say already, then you're greatly mistaken. That being the case, Oenikon. Sorry, but please be prepared for this to take quite a long time. Don't worry, while we're in this space, not that much time will pass outside. So go ahead and use up as much time as you want. Translation notes. Razu, this is how the English word wrath is written in Japanese phonetics. Sasajima calls himself Razu, while in the Seven Deadly Sins sense translates as wrath. So in the original Japanese there is an obvious distinction here, but it's not possible to keep this distinction in English. We don't see when Shiro evolved space magic to level 10 and it evolved into dimension magic, but in chapter 129 her dimension magic evolves to level 2. Kumo Desu Nani ka? 255. 3 sentences is my limit. Q. What happened while I was unconscious? A. The guy called Kuro beat you up, and by making you waste your energy, the power that was sustaining wrath was completely used up. That's why you can now stay sane. To confirm that you really wouldn't activate wrath for now, I quarantined you safely in another dimension. Q. Who is Kuro? A god of this world. However, he's an indecisive loser. Q. What connection does he have with you, Shiro-san? A. For now he's cooperating with us. For the sake of convenience he's expected to be placed under the Demon King. Q. The Demon King? A. The Demon King. Q. By Demon King you mean the King of the Demons? A. Literally no, but you can think of it like that for now. Q. What about that girl I was fighting? A. She's a vampire. She's currently pretty much living in the demon country. Incidentally, she's a reincarnator. Q. What's her name in the previous world? A. Negishi Akiko. Q. Her attitude has really changed. A. She's been through a lot. Q. Is Negishi-san okay? A. She's okay. She's been punished a bit for recklessly fighting you though. Q. I see. I've done something bad then I guess. A. That's not the case. You don't need to worry about it. Q. What are the other reincarnators doing? A. Most are under protection of Sensei with the elves. Some of the others are at a human academy though. Yamada-kun and Oishima-kun are among the academy group. Q. Is it far from here to that human academy? A. It's far. Q. What will happen to me now? A. Nothing. Since your sanity has returned you can do what you like. The end. Question and answer session is complete. Well done me, really well done me. Incidentally, as for how much time it took, I'm not going to say. Yeah, I became hungry in the middle and left the room once to go get some food, but it didn't take that long, really. Yes, really. Let's just leave it at that. When I told Oenikon that he can do what he wants, he got a troubled expression instead, as if pondering something or other. Well, suddenly being told you can do as you like and being abandoned, I guess you'd be troubled. Should I hand him a lifeline perhaps? We're basically both reincarnators, so I won't be stingy on lending a hand. If you have nowhere to go, then stay at my place for now. I called it my place, but it's really Baltos. Alternatively I can lend you this other dimension as well. But, if I'm not here then it'll become impossible for him to come and go, and he'll die. I could, I guess. To be honest, I really don't know what I should do from now on. And thus, rather than taking in a lost lamb, I'm taking in a lost Oenikon. First of all, since him being half naked is a bit out there, I returned to Balto's mansion and had the servants pick out some suitable men's clothes, and had him try them on. Because Oenikon under the influence of wrath had lost his reason, he had the style like an Oni out of a fairy tale with just a single pair of pants to his wardrobe. Him at least just wearing the pants, was perhaps due to the last remaining sense of reason he had. Then, after he put on the clothes, wafting in the air was this something ain't right feeling. Oenikon's face is the same as in his previous life, a Japanese person's face. Even if his species is an Oni, that's still Japanese style. Japanese clothes, or for the sake of argument perhaps some Chinese style armor would be better, but there's a huge sense of unease with him wearing Western clothes. Rather unusually for me, I unthinkingly muttered out loud that, it doesn't suit you, though. It sure seems that he heard that mutter, and Oenikon seemed to be plainly shocked at it. HRMMM. Somehow it just doesn't match. After all, he's an Oni sword bearer with a purely Japanese face, so try imagining him wearing the clothes of a Western aristocrat. Balto is basically like that. Amongst the demons he's at the very upper echelons, so I guess they only have suits for noblemen stored there. An Oni clothed in a nobleman's suit. Somehow, while the person himself might be able to accept it, I cannot. Oni-kun's original face has quite well-balanced features anyway, and on becoming an Oni he's gotten taller, so he is by no means unattractive. He's not at all, but there's this uncomfortable feeling. Yeah. Let's go with Japanese clothes. However, Japanese clothes don't exist though. On the long journey to the Demon King's castle, we went around all sorts of places, but there were no Japanese clothes. Or rather, Japanese culture itself doesn't exist. It's another world, so it's just natural though. I somehow thought that if it's D, then it wouldn't be strange for her to forcibly establish a fake Japanese culture, but there was none. If there's none, then I can just make one then. Muhaha. There are no clothes that my threads cannot make. What kind of Japanese clothes would suit him best, I wonder? Before that I gotta talk with Balto. For now, I'll have Oni-kun wait in my own room. When I had asked the servants who went to get the clothes about if there were any available rooms, I heard that half the rooms in the mansion are available. Well, it's extremely spacious, but there's surprisingly few people after all. The master, Balto, doesn't come back often either. There's no problem in terms of available space for Oni-kun to stay here. I just need to get the okay from the mansion's master. I teleport to the Demon King's castle, and knock on the door of the office that Balto uses every day. Even I have some common sense. As for suddenly teleporting into the middle of a room, it's not like I've never done it, but I can't say I rarely do it either. Come in. I got permission to enter the room, so I open the door. This really is the Demon King's castle at the summit of the demons, so normally I should pay attention to how I open the door too, but unfortunately such trivial manners are beyond me. I open the door trying to be as careful as possible. Besides, whenever I'm forced to open my mouth, being helpless with things like tone or number of words are a far bigger problem than mere manners. While thinking such things, I enter the opened door, and there my prey Balto is fighting with documents. That's fine. It's always the case that Balto seems about to die from being buried in documents. However, at the reception table in the office, his younger brother also being there looking over documents is unexpected. What do you want? The hoodlum glared. The spider guards the door. Oi. Don't just up and leave without stating your business. Ugh. Why is this guy here? What a blunder. Since I teleported and knocked on the door immediately, I didn't pay any attention to the possibility of others being there. If I'd known he was here, I wouldn't have wasted my time. Arg, what a pain. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? 256. I brought a man home, so let him stay. What the fuck? These days I want to go home as early as possible. No really, for a middle-class girl like me, I'm really bad with bastards who glare at you like they want to kill you. See, from the point of view of a good citizen, even a delinquent is an annoying existence, right? Normally you'd avoid them, right? So naturally I'll return home. You just gonna return, hey? Ack? How did he know? Ugh. Look, my communication skills are weak, okay? I'm bad at dealing with intense types like you, okay? Delinquent types and so on, well, I've not really had much to do with them. Until now those around me have mostly been composed types, so they can generally understand me when I say very little, so I've been able to get by, but this guy is no good. Really, he just comes at me without the slightest regard for my situation. Hey, seriously, what do you want? See, just like this. When talking with the Demon King, for example, I can just talk, but she's the exception where I can talk to her normally. Vampire Girl doesn't really want to talk to me in the first place. Arnyar and the like will patiently wait for me to begin to talk. But, this guy is always forcing me like, speak already, speak right now. What did I come to ask again? Hey. We're busy here, okay? State your business already. There. Don't rush me. Oni, freeloader, okay. See. If you rush me, then I can only manage to say a list cryptic words. Huh? What's that mean? That's your fault, yours. Please let me talk at my own pace. Blow, you're crowding Shiro-san and bothering her. In the first place, she did not come here to see you, but me, right? No, that's... Back down, okay. Shiro-san, I am sorry about my brother. If you say so, Anaki. Nice, Balto. You're not being overworked by the Demon King for nothing. The nice guy who can read the mood. Well then, please allow me to hear your request once more. Just a moment. ONI, doesn't make sense so, man. Sheltered, or rather, picked up a man. He's downhearted so I want to let him recuperate for a while. Yup. I picked up a man. I want to put him up at the mansion. Caw thump. As that sound resounds, the hoodlum yelled loudly. What's this guy doing? What the fuck? What's with that halting intonation? Same to you, what the fuck? Shiro-san. My place is not a dating spot though. If it is just one person then I shall ignore it, but please keep it to a minimum. Wrong. I don't mean it that way. Yikes. Now I get why the hoodlum yelled. The words I said, could also be interpreted that way huh? Wrong. If I don't bother to correct this my honor will suffer. Though others might grin and ignore me while I deny everything, I'd hate to be labeled that way. It's true. It just happened to be someone who looked like me, so please don't think of me as a cheap woman or something. I felt like I heard that somehow but it's just your imagination. Dear maid, there's an idol god here. Please drag her away immediately. Why, yo, you, have a guy. Bug off shut up die. It was a slip of the tongue. He's an old friend. He may be useful for the war. I make a plea that we don't have such a relationship, plus I hint about potential gains. With this, setting aside the hoodlum, I should at least be able to get Balto to assent. I don't know how useful he would actually be in practice though. So that's what it was. In that case then there is no problem. By the way, how useful do you think he would be? There, you see. A reasonable man is quite different after all. Totally different from the still trembling dim-witted hoodlum. Significantly. Is that so? Then that sure is promising. Balto showed a strained-seeming face for an instant, but I'll pretend I never saw it. Balto is also assisting the Demon King out of sheer terror only, so like with Arnyar he can't be fully trusted. If he thinks our power has weakened, he would become dangerous to us without hesitation. Even then Balto is opposed to increasing the strength of the Demon King's army. Well, Balto's concern is wide of the mark though. Onikon hasn't even met the Demon King anyway. I don't know how Onikon feels about this yet either, so it's up to him to decide what to do next. Whether he actually wants to help our war efforts, or not, that's still a theoretical question. I have no intention to force him. However, if by his own will he decides to stand in opposition to me then I won't show mercy. I shall contact the mansion myself. I am sure that there are plenty of rooms that are available. Thank you. At my thanks, Balto shows a surprised expression. I can show gratitude at least you know. I've gotten Balto's permission, so there's nothing else here for me. I'll clear out before the hoodlum recovers from his freeze. Blow. Awa? Anaki, where is she? She left long ago. I see. From the look of things, it seems he's not her boyfriend. Well, it's not like I particular care about that though. Blow, I can't really recommend her, but what is good about her? What are you talking about? Sigh. My little brother who wasn't interested in romance all this time, to think he'd then go for someone so incredibly difficult. You're wrong. It's just that, when I see her, I suddenly get these intense palpitations. Sigh. Author's comment. The suspension bridge effect. This is that when encountering the opposite sex in moments of anxiety or fear that those are mistaken for romantic feelings. Particularly when anxiety or fear leads to intense palpitations, that is said to become mistaken for feelings of love. Translation notes. This is quite an interesting title, though hopefully it makes more sense on reading the chapter. Basically, the character is an arrow indicating that the what the fuck part is a reaction to the rest of the line. It's hard to keep the distinction in the translation but there's a very big difference between how Blow and Balto speak with Shiro. Balto is smooth and polite while Blow is more like a yakuza and refers to Balto as Anaki which is like a rougher, street tough, version of Uni-san. When it's just them together, Balto speaks more casually. Sheltered, or rather, picked up a man. The word for picked up that Shiro uses here is rather more generic and can also mean take care of, but it normally means something like picked up, as in, picked up a stone. Dear maid, there's an idol god here, most likely a reference to D, last seen being dragged away by maids. BTW, note that the quoted line above uses, rather than, to differentiate between real spoken text and made-up lines. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 27. Blood of a demon. Aja-sama, would your parents be proud of you as you are now? Murazofia's words are still reverberating through my head. To me, those words bring about a shock like I'm being hit with a blunt weapon. When I tried to think back on things, I became aware that my recent behavior had become erratic. I would use charm to abduct boys and devour their blood. If the me from my previous life saw this, such scenes would make her faint. Despite that, such actions didn't even leave much of an impression on me. As if it was completely natural, I committed those deeds without any self-awareness. Thinking back on it, it was abnormal. But despite that, even though I'm self-aware of that abnormality, even now I don't have any particular feelings for my actions. Those abnormalities were normal. Before I knew it, my body and even my heart too had been reduced to a vampire. When I think about that, I become somewhat sad. It's like, I cannot return to being human anymore. Conversely, I could say, however, that in the end it's only to the degree that I was somewhat sad. Since I fought that kaijin, one day has passed and I returned to the academy. At the academy, the incident is being called the act of a mysterious monster, and that the appearance and abilities of that monster are unknown. All the witnesses apart from me had been killed anyway, and there are no longer any traces of the battle in the forest. I can only think that the kaijin was destroyed by some unimaginable might. At the academy, it's established that I exterminated the demon. That's half right and half wrong. It's true that I fought that kaijin, but the one who defeated him is likely that Kuro, who is the same kind as Goshujin-sama. Since he handled me as easily as breathing, it's certain that the kaijin that I was fighting equally with also suffered the same fate. I don't know what happened to that kaijin afterwards. Merely that Goshujin-sama warned me not to say anything stupid. However, based on what I hear at the academy, I realize that somehow or other Goshujin-sama has intervened to distort the facts. That being the case, then if I ask Goshujin-sama, I should be able to find out what happened to that kaijin. However, I've been unable to ask. When I have no business with her, Goshujin-sama will just suddenly appear, but at times like this I can just never get hold of her. That's because, although she's a spider, she wanders around whimsically like a cat. Thanks to that I'm at my wit's end. In addition, Murazofia's words, like something persistently stuck between your teeth, leaves me unsettled. Would my parents be proud? To my human parents, there's no way that they would be proud of how I am now. I am a vampire. My way of thinking and my values, even my way of life are all different. Something like being proud to be human, has been thrown away long ago. Even then, it was without any kind of deep feeling, about as casually as trash would be thrown away into a rubbish bin. So much so that if that hadn't been pointed out to me, I wouldn't even have realized it. However, I changed now that I've realized it. I now clearly realize the difference between a human and a vampire. I realize it completely. Sophia, apparently you defeated a terrible monster. You're as amazing as ever. The prince of the academy, Waldo, bestowed upon me those words of praise. Normally I would have simply have said thank you spontaneously. However, today I can't do that. Aja-sama, would your parents be proud of you as you are now? As if like a rumor that can't be shut out by closing your ears, Murazofia's words echo distinctly. At the same time that happened, I casually appraised Waldo, and written in his status as abnormal conditions was the word charm. I feel nauseous. I couldn't help turning my back on Waldo and breaking into a run. Along the way many people I recognized also called out to me. Each time, the nausea got even worse. I dived into the toilets and shut myself away. Though I felt nauseous, the only thing that came out from my mouth was a muffled groan. After a while I got control of my mouth, and leaned against the toilet wall. This is nostalgic somehow. Though I'd never done this in my current life, in my previous life I had often taken refuge in the toilets like this. Though because the toilets had pointlessly strong smelling perfume, it just made my mood even worse, and it wasn't a place I particularly wanted to take refuge in. I couldn't help it since there was nowhere else I could seek refuge in. Just what am I doing? I was reborn and I have changed. I've become so beautiful that my ugly appearance in my previous life is hard to believe, and my grades at the academy are always at the top. The things that were unobtainable in my past life have been obtained entirely. Maybe that's why I have changed all too much. This existence of mine has almost no traces left of the former human known as Negishi Akiko. The only thing remaining is my envy towards Goshujin-sama. The fact that remains, it's as if it's emphasizing my own ugliness. I can't laugh even if I wanted to. Ugly as I am now, when judged by the human value system, I'm a monster that's ugly from the bottom of my heart. But despite that, I carried everything out calmly, without a fragment of guilt, without any doubt. I accepted it as a matter of course. That was, as a result of it being natural for a vampire. As a vampire, I think as I am now is entirely correct. That this is an everyday occurrence for a vampire. In practice, that was actually an everyday occurrence. Aja-sama, would your parents be proud of you as you are now? At least until Murazofi asked me that. Pride? What is pride? After all this time, what can I say I'm proud of? If my parents were still alive, what would they think when looking at me now? All the servants who were sacrificed in order to let me escape. How would they see me? When I considered that far, I impulsively pulled out my elongated canine teeth. The sweet taste of blood spread through my mouth. To actually think that my own blood is tasty, I'm finally finished as a human. I hurl away my canines into the middle of the toilet. However, the next moment new canines have grown out, returning like never before as if to deny the very fact that I had pulled them out. As if they're telling me that I can never return, I stare in a daze at the canines that I had pulled out. When I shouldn't even consider being able to live as a human anymore, just what is pride for then? I don't know. I just don't know. If it was going to be like this, I'd rather never have gained self-awareness. Translation notes. Regarding the title, while Blood of an Oni would be more accurate, she's only referring to herself really, not Kirya/Wrath, so I thought it might be misleading. As I've noted before, in Japanese vampire literally means blood-sucking Oni, so it's really about the dark side of her vampire nature. Sophia refers to Kirya/Wrath as a kaijin, which literally means Oni person. It's not a real word though, but sometimes appears as a name, such as Kaijin Sija from Tuhao. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Oni 11. The status quo. I accepted Shiro-san's kind offer and have taken up residence at a large mansion. While I am grateful, to be honest though, I'm not used to this. Since half the time in this world I've been living in run-down houses and the other half I've been roaming around having lost control of myself due to wrath. There were times when I was able to stay at a vacant house that had no owner, or had just lost an owner, but I've never been able to stay at something magnificent like this mansion. Or rather, I feel like I've never even seen a mansion so magnificent, even including my previous life. This mansion is so large it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a small castle. After being here for several days, I've been able to ask the mansion's servants about various things. If possible I would have preferred to ask Shiro-san, but she's not someone who talks very often anyway. She wasn't talkative in her previous life either, but here she is almost silent. When we had that exchange after our reunion in the other dimension, I became keenly aware of that fact. The fact that it's difficult to communicate with Shiro-san. Thus, little by little I asked questions to the people who are the mansion's servants. I had actually wanted to ask all in one go, but because they had jobs to do I felt awkward about interrupting them for a long period. However, maybe it's because of that, but I think I've been able to learn the names and faces of the mansion's servants and been able to talk with them in a fairly relaxed manner. I'm more or less treated as a guest, but I don't have any kind of social position though. Rather than a guest, when I requested that I be thought of as a simple freeloader, I was treated more like a random young child. Thanks to that I've been able to have various conversations, and I've been able to find out what I wanted to know, even if only gradually. Firstly, it seems this is a country of demons. Before I knew it I'd left the human country, and it seems that I'd walked into the demon territory. However, it couldn't be helped that I hadn't realized that either. There's no visible differences between humans and demons anyway, and there's no significant difference in lifestyles. If nobody had said so, I wouldn't have realized that they were demons. In addition, it seems that there's almost nobody who are demi-human, as I am called. For the demons around me, image-wise I had expected a horde of devils, but there's no demons with wings or horns. In short, if I don't hide my horns then it's likely that I would stand out. If I happen to go outside, it seems that it would be better to wear a cap to conceal my horns. Next, it seems that none of the servants really understand Shiro-san's true identity, so there's various rumors flying around. The Demon King's close aide, the Demon King's younger sister, the Demon King's fixer, and so on. I had heard that she seemed to be an acquaintance of the Demon King, but when I heard it again from other people I was surprised. Even so, after analyzing the numerous speculations, it sure seems that she is quite close to the Demon King. There is the opinion that their faces look vaguely similar, so maybe they are actually near relatives. However, that's purely at the limit of rumors, so unless I actually ask her myself then I'm sure I wouldn't find out the truth. There's many mysteries about Shiro-san. While it is certain that she is a reincarnator like me, I don't know what she's been doing in this world to date. I'm somewhat interested in that. At any rate, it's clear that she's even stronger than me. Even if I say so for myself, I'm strong. I'm strong enough that there was a time when I even wondered if there was actually anyone who could beat me. Without any pretense, I think that my strength when wrath is activated even stands out at a global level. But despite all that, it only took seeing her for an instant to realize that I cannot beat her. Without even using the appraisal stone. I don't even really understand why I thought that myself, to be honest though. However, my intuition about that was closer to being a conviction. If forced to give a reason, I would say that it was due to that other dimension. I have dabbled in space magic myself, so I was able to read between the lines in considering how absurd a thing that other dimension really was, though not entirely. That vast area that seemed to extend forever. That space where even the flow of time was manipulated. If I hadn't recognized the face of the person who had created it, I might even have thought that it was the work of a god. A god, huh? What I just recalled was that man in black who defeated me during that battle. When facing me who had activated wrath, that man was able to defeat me as easily as handling a child. When wrath was activated my status should have hit the maximum possible values. Against that, it shouldn't normally be possible to knock someone down with casual ease. Shiro-san called that man a god. I feel like I should ask what her relationship is with a god, but I wonder if she would simply answer me. Well, speak of the devil. Shiro-san has visited my room. Her entire body being uniformly white in appearance gives her a special aura, and combined with her inherent beauty somehow brings about a sense of unapproachable holiness. Considering what's changed compared to her previous existence, not only the hair on her head but her eyebrows and even the color of her skin has become white. In addition, it also seems to be the case that her eyes are always closed. I don't really know why her eyes are closed though. However, according to the servants' rumors, when her eyes open your soul gets sucked out, apparently. When I invite Shiro-san into my room, I noticed that there was someone unexpected behind her. Yuri. It seems this was unexpected to her as well, as her eyes had opened wide. She's the vampire girl who had fought me on at least equal terms back then. If I can believe Shiro-san's words, she should likewise be a reincarnation of a former classmate, Negishi Akiko-san, but, what's this dangerous personality that seems about to try to cast magic at me the instant we meet? Ugh. Negishi-san's magic was stopped by Shiro-san. Amazing. In an instant just now, she interfered with the magic construction, crushing it. As to what kind of skill she used to allow her to pull off such a stunt, I have no real idea. Incidentally, the reason for Negishi-san's cry was because Shiro-san drove a roundhouse kick into her side almost as an afterthought. It seems entirely unnatural, but on receiving that kick Negishi-san's body didn't so much as quiver, but instead it seems the kick simply folded into her body. Or rather, is Negishi-san alright? Her body has been bent into a shape on the spot and blood is gushing out of her mouth though. Bones and so on that should never be broken on a human body have been broken, okay? Shiro-san looks at Negishi-san's condition, and slowly forces her crooked body back to normal. From Negishi-san's mouth comes an unbearable scream that can't really be described. Just hearing that scream could drive you insane. However, that wound regenerated so quickly that maybe I should be impressed about that instead. This situation has been incredible since the start, but what's going to happen next? Translation notes. Demon King's Fixer, an alternative translation would be, Demon King's Body Double. Just hearing that scream could drive you insane, a reference to the Call of Cthulhu RPG game which features a sanity, status value. A literal translation of the line would be, just hearing that scream would wipe out your san value. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 28. Reunion. When Goshujin-sama asked me to come visit someone with her, the location was at the mansion that Goshujin-sama stays at. That part was fine. It's not like this is the first time that Goshujin-sama has ordered me to do something anyway, and it's not been limited to 1 or 2 occasions when I've been asked to do something crazy. However, I'd never have expected that at the destination of our visit, that the one waiting for us was my opponent from our death match just the other day. When I unthinkingly tried to activate my magic, I was kicked by Goshujin-sama. My HP stopped just short of vanishing completely. It's a relief that today at least it didn't drop to 0. Perhaps she thought that it would be bad if the mansion was destroyed, as I was constrained by threads before I was kicked. The Oni who saw this pulled away, but it's troubling since this is normal for Goshujin-sama. Then Goshujin-sama personally handed that Oni a book and also a full set of doujin-like clothes that looked suitable for kendo, then quickly left somewhere. On leaving she also handed me a book, so I'm sure she telling me to read it, but what else am I supposed to be doing here? For now, I glared at the Oni. Those clothes are unmistakably handmade by Goshujin-sama. I have received some in the past as well, but Goshujin-sama seems to like making clothes, surprisingly. From the quality of the workmanship you might wonder if they were professionally made. Well, maybe it's Goshujin-sama's tastes, but they're mostly very simple and understated though. That the clothes handed to the Oni have good craftsmanship, are simple, and most of all cannot be appraised, all substantiate them being made by Goshujin-sama. It's the same for Goshujin-sama herself, but the clothes made from threads that Goshujin-sama created cannot be appraised either. Well, never mind the clothes. The problem is, why did she make them as a present for the Oni? For Goshujin-sama to actually make a present, there's been no exceptions apart from me, Murazofi and Ariel-san. Why does someone who's just turned up from nowhere get a present? I don't really understand why, but I'm getting irritated. Even if you weren't glaring so much, I still wouldn't have any hostility towards you anymore though. The Oni spoke. I was glaring because of the present of clothes that Goshujin-sama gave you though, but I'll ignore that on this occasion. So you can speak then. When I was fighting him he didn't even speak once, and not only that but it was unclear if he had the ability to speak in the first place. Seemingly insane, he did nothing but radiate the urge to kill. That's why I never even considered that he could speak, but certainly the Oni in front of me is completely different and has a calm attitude. His mood is so completely different that it almost makes you wonder if he's really the same person. That's because at that time I was under the influence of wrath and had lost my sanity. Currently that influence of wrath is almost gone, so I can act on my own will now. Wrath, that was, a skill the Oni has, right? He lost his sanity due to its influence? In addition, based on those comments, then he couldn't have been acting on his own will before? Wrath is one of the skills that I have, and when it's activated my sanity is lost. In addition, there's no guarantee that it'll return. The compensation I paid for activating Wrath too much, was to completely lose my sanity, reducing me to an existence that would just indiscriminately kill everything that it notices. At some point along the way my consciousness returned for some reason, so I can still remember you though. Perhaps in response to the doubt expressed on my face, the Oni gives me a proper explanation. Losing your sanity and running wild, huh? What a crazy skill. To actually use a skill like that, are you a fool? I cannot deny it. However, I should explain that I was forced to use it though. It seems implausible that a monster like you would fall into a situation where you had to rely on such a skill though. At my words, the Oni smiled bitterly. Aren't we both monsters, I wonder? How rude. Is what I would like to say, but I can't deny it though. Of course I wasn't always this strong. At the start I was definitely weak, and after that it was nothing but near-death experiences. I see. You're neither human or demon, right? Could it be that you evolved from a monster? Goshujin-sama said she evolved from a spider monster into her current humanoid form, so maybe this Oni was the same. Yeah. I was a goblin at the start. Huh. A goblin? A goblin as in the goblin? I didn't really look at games or manga much, but even still I at least know about goblins. A weak green monster that's as tall as a child, right? You're kidding, aren't you? It's true. I was born a goblin. That's what I meant by being weak. It seems he really was a goblin. In that case, having evolved from such a weak goblin, maybe this guy deserves some respect in certain ways. When I was weak, I had to depend upon the power of wrath to be able to survive. If I hadn't done that, then I would have died long ago by now, I'm sure. To die, or to be engulfed by wrath, those were the only two choices that I had. How courageous. I think I've had quite a courageous life myself, but in terms of going through situations where you have to make extreme choices to have a chance to survive, I've had some myself. There was a time when it seemed like I could die any day at least. Instead of standing around talking, how about sitting down? At the Oni's prompting, I sit in the suggested chair. Since this is an opportunity where reincarnators have met, there's lots of things I'd like to talk about. I unconsciously uttered in response. Silence. Yuri Negishi Akiko-san, right? How does he, wait, it has to be Goshujin-sama I see, you were a reincarnator then. Now that I say it, it makes sense. Both why Goshujin-sama went out of her way to make us meet, and also why she sent the clothes. Silence. Why does he raise his voice in doubt at that? The Oni has a strange expression, perhaps he's stumped, or perhaps he's embarrassed. So that's it. I guess so. Many months and years have passed already, so you don't even remember your classmates' faces, huh? What's he saying? Wait a minute. Now that he says it, I get the feeling that I've seen him somewhere before. After I reincarnated I had a completely different face, so I hadn't thought about it, but Goshujin-sama has her original face though. Then, this guy as well? Now that I look closely, though he has horns and the color of his eyes is red, he has a Japanese-looking face. I am Sasajima Kirya. However, I use the name Wrath here. Please treat me favorably once more. Sorry. Even after hearing your name I still can't really remember you. Translation notes. When Sophia indirectly suggests that sometimes her HP does drop to 0, it's probably the case that she survives with rebirth from her higher vampire skill. Please treat me favorably once more. This is a common Japanese expression used as a friendly greeting, except that it's rare for once more to be added. It's a bit like saying, how do you do once more? Kumo desu Nani ka? Oni 12. Awkward. This is so awkward. Since my face wasn't any different to before my reincarnation, I had been under the impression that Negishi-san knew who I was the whole time for sure. However, considering her reactions, it seems that she doesn't remember me at all. Even when I said my name she only responded in a subdued manner. It seems she then became a bit flustered and glossed over it by saying, Seisejima-kun, I remember, but her face suggests that she can't remember, so it's obviously a lie. Shiro-san has a considerable poker face, so I couldn't read her emotions, but Negishi-san is the type who openly shows her emotions on her face, it seems. Even so, this is embarrassing. I was under the impression that she remembered me and so on all this time, so I feel so self-conscious about it that it's really embarrassing. Though after I said it, since many years have passed, I guess it's natural not to be able to remember your classmates' faces. In my case, though I can remember Negishi-san, that's solely due to her deep presence. Negishi Akiko-san. She had an especially uncertain existence in the class. Her appearance itself had a strong impact, but it was really her actions that left a strong impression. Negishi-san would spend most of the morning classes nodding off. Even if the class president Kyuta-san warned her, all that she would get back was a glint in the eye that seemed to harbor an intent to kill. From that alone I instinctively realized that she was dangerous. She was isolated from the rest of the class as if it was natural. That Negishi-san sure has changed. Before, when she looked at others it was only ever with a glare of hatred in her eyes, but now her expressions change frequently. With her high-handed manner of speaking as well, I somehow get the feeling that she's acting tough, and her childishness seems appropriate for her age. Because she has reincarnated, she should have a higher mental age than she looks though. Whether that change is a good thing or not, that is not something for me to decide. If she is okay with it herself, then that should be fine. From my point of view, she's become much easier to get along with though. Though I think so, I still feel awkward. I have been forgotten, but we did try to kill each other just the other day though. Why did Shiro-san leave without saying anything? With the mood in this room and just the two of us, it's a high hurdle to clear. Humph. Could you please not call me Negishi? My name now is Sophia Karen. Please call me by that name. It doesn't seem like she's saying that to match me naming myself as Wrath though. I have a different reason why I don't like to be called by my old name. She probably hated herself in her previous life. That's because, it's clear from the behavior that she showed that she found everything around her in her previous life to be seemingly odious. I understand. Then, I shall call you Sophia-san from now on. I don't have any reason not to. I can't deny something I ask for myself anyway. So, what did Shiro-san want us to do? I'll ask that to change the subject. If we continue to talk about the subject of our names, I think that we'll both recall bitter memories after all. I don't know. However, I didn't expect that answer. I don't know. I wasn't told anything. You came here without being told anything? Now that you mention it, if she'd been told something, she wouldn't have tried to attack me as soon as we met, I guess. So, it was really just for us to meet. I wouldn't think so. Shouldn't there be something written in this book? Sophia-san holds up a book. I look down at the book that Shiro-san also handed to me. Shiro-san handed me a book and some clothes. The clothes were a doujin hakama, some Japanese socks, and this cloth that I'd rather not think about, but maybe it's a loincloth? No matter how I look at them, it appears to be a complete set of samurai clothes or similar. So is she telling me to wear these then? I was pretty much raised as a modern person, so I'm reluctant to wear these clothes that make me feel like a cosplayer though. Well, considering that when I had Wrath activated I was pretty much only in underwear, then this is much better though. Let's put the clothes on hold until later. So, with regards to the book, there's nothing written on the front cover. It's not that thick, so it's more like a notebook. When I start leafing through it, there's something handwritten. Shiro-chan's Basic Skills Course. That title is written in excessively cute rounded handwriting. In addition, it's illustrated with what appears to be a cartoonish spider character jumping for joy or something. What is this? Who knows? Maybe she wrote it after getting drunk or something. What's that supposed to mean? My mental image of Shiro-san just collapsed. Alcohol? She drinks it? When Goshujin-sama drinks alcohol, her personality changes. It's better to regard Goshujin-sama as a different person when she's drunk. I see. Goshujin-sama. Somehow, I just can't allow that word to pass without comment. What, Goshujin-sama? That's your relationship? Excuse me, could you please not imagine something strange? Goshujin-sama and I aren't in a strange relationship, okay? No. What's with the Goshujin-sama? That term of address itself is strange, surely. There's no way that I'm calling her that because I want to. I'm under a curse. Curse. Indeed. A curse where I cannot call Goshujin-sama anything other than Goshujin-sama. What an insane curse. For what reason was such a curse placed on you then? Who knows? It's an offense she committed while drunk after all. Isn't there's some way to undo it? It seems it's not possible. It's actually such a strong curse that in fact maybe I should be grateful that it ended up no worse than a silly prank. I've just seen a cruel curse being squandered. Or rather, my mental image of Shiro-san who would invoke such a curse is steadily collapsing inside of me though. Anyway, let's read our books. There doesn't appear to be a lot of content, so we should be able to read it quickly I'm sure. I guess she doesn't want to talk about the curse any further, as Sophia-san forcibly changes the topic. Then, she immediately opened the book and took a posture of reading it. Seeing her end the conversation so unilaterally, I'm simply shocked. Well, I can understand that our relationship is strained after the death match, but even while I understand I'm still depressed. Maybe I'm starving for conversation more than I had realized. With a fellow reincarnator, maybe I was hoping for someone to talk with on a similar level or something. While thinking that, I turned my attention to the book as well. Translation notes. Calling someone Goshujin-sama in an everyday modern Japanese setting would be very unusual. Since Shiro got the idea from how these servants behaved, that gives a rough indication of how unusual it is. Very few people are servants, have servants, or meet servants. A small note on speech patterns, Sophia has quite feminine speech, image a good middle-class girl or similar. It's a level or so below Aja-sama style speech. Wrath on the other hand comes across as more self-conscious and thoughtful, rather than overly masculine or confident. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 29. Bafflement. This is bad, really bad. How did you have a conversation with people again? Arg, I don't know. It's rare for Goshujin-sama to actually talk in the first place, and when she's drunk it's like she doesn't even hear what I'm saying and just unilaterally monologues. Without using hypnotism, it's been so long since I've actually had a normal sane conversation that I've forgotten how. Still, it's good that I had mentally prepared in advance to use a haughty tone that doesn't appear condescending, but, is this working? He's not thinking I'm being strange, right? It seems like I might have been able to fool him that I'd forgotten his name, or rather, his entire existence. While pretending to be reading the book, I glance up at the ONI, Wrath. He's reading with a serious expression, so it seems that he's not worried about my situation. If that's the case, then I'm angry that he's acting like I don't even exist. Though it's good that I voluntarily proposed to read the book because it was hard to continue the conversation, it's awkward for this silence to continue like this. Besides, what's with this book? This is Goshujin-sama we're talking about, so she probably wrote the book because she hates to talk. But comparing the effort involved to make the book and the effort involved to talk, it should be more difficult to make the book though. If you're going to intervene then we could both be a bit more taciturn though. When it's one-to-one isn't it unnatural to not answer something that must be heard no matter what? Complaining to someone who isn't here will get you nowhere though. I'll read the book for now. Let's see, Shiro-chan's basic skills course? I should praise you for this amazing ability to kill any enthusiasm to read any further at the very first page. As I've come to expect from Goshujin-sama, in terms of being able to make me irritated she's the best in the world indeed. What's this, aiming to play up your cuteness when you normally don't even have the slightest bit of civility? Are you messing around? Not good, not good. I should read it properly. A skill is the transformation of part of the soul, in order to easily draw out the power of the soul that all living things possess. Huh? Therefore, a skill is equivalent to being a part of the soul, and the more skills you gain the greater the amount of the soul becomes usable. By itself the soul has a natural limit, which leads to a limit on the number of skills that can be retained as well, but in order to forcibly mature the soul beyond those limits, there exists in this world the system that increases the number of skills. There should be immensely important things written here, yet as emphasis next to every letter is a little motif of a spider that's wildly dancing or something, so I can't concentrate on the words. However, in contrast to these normal skills that only transform no more than the surface region of the soul, there exist some special skills that transform the inner region of the soul. These are the 7 deadly sins skills and the 7 virtues skills. Commonly called the ruler skills. The 7 deadly sins. My envy is also one of those, right? The wrath skill that Wrath has too. It's a bit late, but I guess I shouldn't mock his naming sense for calling himself Wrath, should I? Because the ruler skills transform the inner region of the soul, a comparison can be made to the effects that other skills have on the owner. 1. The effects of the skill itself are powerful. 2. Each skill also has an impact on the owner's personality. 3. The more it is used, the more the soul is eroded. Therefore, unless usage of the ruler skills is avoided, then before long the personality will be completely taken over. Wait a second. I've not heard this important information before. If it's used, your personality will be taken over? That skill erodes your soul, just like that Oni. Don't use it if you don't want to lose sight of yourself. I recall the words said by the man in black when he barged into my fight with Wrath. Then, this is what he was referring to? In that case, Wrath had his soul taken over by Wrath? Or perhaps, he was holding out on the brink of being taken over? This time I take a good look at Wrath. He's still seriously reading the book as before, and not paying any notice of me. That indicates just how important the contents of the book are to Wrath. In other words, it's because he's experienced it himself. It's not somebody else's problem for me either. Because I have the skill of envy after all. So this is what Goshujin-sama meant when she said not to use this skill. I've always thought this, but your words are way too brief. If you'd explained things properly, then I wouldn't have used it. There's 4 possible countermeasures. 1. Don't acquire a ruler skill in the first place. 2. Abstain from using the skill. 3. Tough it out with guts. 4. Put effort into the heresy resistance skill, and acquire heresy nullity. The third one is ridiculous, so I'll ignore it. Finally, I've understood the reason why Wrath and I were made to meet this time. Heresy resistance counteracts against negative effects that would directly interfere with the soul. With heresy nullity, the power of attacks from within the system can be almost nullified. That applies equally to the ruler skills. To be able to freely exercise ruler skills while keeping the negative influences to a minimum, this method is the most suitable. In short, she's telling both Wrath and I to raise our heresy resistance together. The book does continue, but the rest can be left to later. Do you have a moment? What? This guy, he's not even raising his face despite me calling out to him, you've got some nerve. Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill dignity LV1. I acquired some kind of skill it seems, but I'll look at it later. Do you possess heresy magic? I do. I see. Then, shoot the weakest one at me. Wrath finally raised his face. Oh? Could it be that you cannot understand the book? I'll go with some slightly disparaging words. As if he really doesn't understand, Wrath makes a puzzled expression. This sense of superiority sure is nice. I'm the one who understands what Goshujin-sama wants to say. Naturally, I've not been together with her since a baby for nothing. There's still many things about her that are impossible to understand though. In short, to suppress the effects of the ruler skill, heresy nullity must be acquired. I'm telling you to strike me with heresy magic in order to acquire it. This time Wrath makes an understanding expression, but it looks like there's something he doesn't understand still. Translation notes. The quote from Kuro is from Oni vs Oni. Kumo Desu Nani ka? Oni 13. Resistance. The book that Shiro-san handed to me contains information that I had wanted to know. The method to suppress Wrath. However, Sophia-san's reaction on seeing that was unexpected. In order to acquire heresy resistance, blast heresy magic at her? It's like ordering someone to hit you in order to become strong at taking a hit. It certainly might be effective, but why are you taking the initiative to use the most painful method already, when there might be other methods? I have trouble understanding her. In addition, she's declaring that with a self-satisfied look for some reason, so it's even more incomprehensible. There's many methods available to raise a resistance. Firstly, as Sophia-san is currently attempting to put into practice, is to receive an attack with that attribute. This method has the greatest potential for earning proficiency. However, being able to acquire the resistance, means that an equivalent amount of that attribute's damage must be received as well. If you want to become stronger against fire, then you have to let your body get burnt by fire. To put it bluntly, it's torture. If you intend to proceed with that, You either need to be in a situation where you absolutely have to acquire that resistance as a last resort, or you're an idiot, or perhaps you possess special inclinations where that option brings feelings of pleasure. Please don't tell me it's that, okay? The safest method is to acquire magic or attack skills with the same attribute, and then develop them. For resistances, if you possess the corresponding attribute attack skills, then the proficiency will naturally be increased. The reason why I have high resistances in fire and lightning, is because that has had a significant influence. The timing with which the proficiency increases, is when the corresponding attack skills level rises, or when your own level rises. It seems that the proficiency obtained during everyday living is minuscule, but I still think that the proficiency is mainly earned in connection with your level. The final method, is to assign skill points and then raise the proficiency. Skill points aren't just for acquiring new skills, and by investing points into skills that were previously gained, it is possible to increase the proficiency. I might have used up all my previous skill points, but it's possible to safely and securely earn the proficiency. Apart from those methods, the rest depend on quite unusual methods. For example, to evolve into a race that has the corresponding resistance at a high level. The ice dragon that I have fought previously had nullity level ice resistance, for example. However, this method depends on being able to evolve in the first place, so you might as well choose a humanoid species. I might have possibly had the potential through the course of evolution, but for humans and demons it's basically impossible for them to evolve in the first place. I wonder if vampires can evolve? Even if they can, I don't know if an evolutionary race with the resistance exists. However, with regards to the current situation, Shiro-san has already given us an answer. Have you read the book to the end? This bit. Look. The quickest method to acquire heresy nullity is to acquire the patience skill. Patience is also one of the 7 virtues skills, but it is the exception in that it has no negative influences on the soul. Not only that, on top of obtaining a certain amount of resistance, you can acquire heresy nullity via the title. See. At the point where I indicate, that explanation appears. If I can acquire that skill, I can automatically obtain heresy nullity. Sophia-san's face freezes, still with her self-satisfied look. With her expression staying the same, her face turns bright red. She's embarrassed. It's so obvious. Of course I've read it. However, the patience skill is one of the ruler skills, right? At any one moment only one person in the world can acquire a ruler skill, so why don't you notice my generosity in conceding it to you, I wonder? I'm telling you to help me raise my resistance because I'll concede patience to you. Sophia-san is talking without pause with her face bright red. It seems she's somehow desperately trying to hide her own error with deception. She'd be rather pitiful if I pointed this out, so I guess I'll go with her suggestion. I see. Sorry, that was insensitive of me. In that case, I shall presume upon your kindness, Sophia-san. Actually, this would help me immensely. I'm currently able to hold back wrath, but I don't know when I'll lose my sanity next and go berserk. I strongly feel that I should acquire heresy nullity as soon as possible. Indeed. My kindness is deeper than the oceans, so acquire patience while feeling grateful to me. Maybe she thinks she's gotten away with her deception, as she gives a clear sigh of relief while carrying on with her condescending attitude. Somehow, this stinks of disappointment. I guess this is what they call a disappointing beauty, huh? She's become an eccentric in a different way to her previous life, it seems. Yuri, not thinking something rude, are you? Of course not. When I realized that I might be liberated from the anguish of wrath after so many years, I was rather deeply moved, you see. That was a close shave. Maybe it's her instincts as a warrior, but she's strangely astute. However, though I said that as an excuse on the spur of the moment, I really am deeply moved in fact. Half my life in this world has been hell. Until I fought Sophia-san, it was even enough that I thought I wanted to die. However, during my battle with Sophia-san, the instant that I perceived that I really could die, I became aware that my own feelings were wavering. Then, when I was being completely beaten up by that god called Kuro, I clearly felt terror. That I was going to be killed. Because of that, I realized my reluctance to being killed. Compared to my previous wish to die, that's truly unexpected. At the end of the day, I didn't really want to die. How despicable. While killing so many others, when I myself faced being killed, I hoped that I wouldn't die. If they saw me looking apathetic like this, I'm sure all the goblins would laugh at me. When they fought, if they took a life, they thought it was natural to be resolved to die one day themselves. I didn't have that resolve. Instead, I only used the power of wrath to persecute the weak, and didn't have the least resolve to pick a fight with my life on the line. When I safely came to my senses again, I actually felt relief. That I was alive. I was also happy. I'm the worst. After doing all that I did, to think that I alone can survive in peace. I should die. Yet, I'm afraid to die. I think I'm pathetic. However, I don't have the courage to take my own life. As atonement, I think that I have to properly make use of my remaining life. However, even if I was told to die, I don't think I'm capable of that. In my previous life I thought that it's okay for the likes of criminals to die, but I never expected that feeling to be aimed at myself. Even while thinking that it would be better for me to die, I'm wavering about whether to die. I'm falling into self-hatred. To be honest, I'm still not sure how I should live from now on, but in order not to commit more crimes, there's no way that I can allow myself to be engulfed by wrath. That's why, I need heresy nullity. However, there's one big problem. I am glad that you'll concede it to me, but I have 0 skill points. The mood is cramped. Sophia-san awkwardly glanced away from me. Translation notes. Disappointing beauty, this is in the same sense that Ariel is now considered to be a disappointing demon king. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 30. Disquiet. Arg, really? Why is this going so badly? Everything that I've said recently has ended up backfiring on me. There's more or less some methods other than gaining patience written here, but it seems that they're not recommended. While I'm feeling impatience and irritation, Wrath says that leisurely. Why you, whose fault do you think it is that I'm feeling this way? Arg, I'm so irritated. Calm down, me. I am a proud vampire. I cannot be shaken by something this trivial. For now, in order to help me compose my feelings, I'll try reading this method that Wrath is talking about. Acquire the skill of detection, then by merely activating the skill it is possible to significantly improve the proficiency of heresy resistance. However, in this case, until heresy resistance is raised to heresy nullity you must be careful not to use magic at all. In the worst case you may die, so this method is frankly not recommended. That's a fail. Wrath makes a questioning expression, but this is definitely a fail. After all, that Goshujin-sama is saying you might die, okay? That Goshujin-sama. Even that irregular super being is actually saying it's a method where you might die, so it's obviously not normal. If it's at the level where that Goshujin-sama is saying that you might die in the worst case, then if normal people tried that method then out of 100 attempts 99 would die for sure. I'm certain. Certainly, it would be inconvenient to be unable to use magic. That's not where the problem lies. I don't know why you would be unable to use magic, but compared to the possibility of death it means bugger all. Oh my! As a lady I shouldn't use the phrase bugger all now, should I? It sounds pretty stupid anyway, without a fragment of dignity. I shall refrain from speaking this expression from now on. The part where it says you may die. If Goshujin-sama concludes it with saying that you may die, then that's from the reference of Goshujin-sama herself. For us regular types, I can see a future where trying the same method would result in instant death. Indeed, I experienced those crazy actions more than enough to hate it during my training period with Goshujin-sama. If Ariel-san hadn't stopped me, I don't know how many times I would have died. Goshujin-sama lacks the perspective of ordinary people. After all, she'd be like, it's normally possible, right, while almost killing me. I see. Then, let's ignore this method. That's wise. I flick ahead through the book once again to check it out, but there's nothing further written on earning proficiency in heresy resistance. In that case, the best way is to earn proficiency is to receive heresy magic attacks after all. Really, I wish Goshujin-sama hadn't written those unnecessary things. If patience is no good, and detection is also no good, then we'll just have to use heresy magic after all. At my words, Wrath makes a really disagreeable looking face. Well, I don't like it either, but if we want to obtain the resistance, we have no choice but to press ahead with this then. Besides, unfortunately for you, I have pain nullity and sense of pain nullity. No matter what attack it might be, if I can't feel it then it's no big deal. Shouldn't you do this as well? I'll acquire heresy magic, so let's trade blows with magic. I select heresy magic from the list and acquire it. I still have plenty of skill points anyway, so I'm sure it's okay to acquire it. If it's just to raise Wrath's heresy resistance, then I could just use charm on him, but if we're unlucky he might get affected by the technique itself. Incidentally, I checked whether it's possible or not to also acquire patience, but it seems that I don't have enough skill points. I tried checking the other ruler skills as well, but the only one I could acquire was lust. In the case of lust, even then I would have to use the majority of my remaining skill points to acquire it. To be honest, I'm not at all interested in acquiring that. Considering the risk and cost, the return is too small. Okay, let's begin. We're really doing this? Why are you asking something so obvious? At my words, Wrath breathes a big sigh. After that, we both start to silently trade blows with heresy magic. The reason why we're silent is because we don't have the spare capacity to talk. To be honest, I made light of it. What we're using right now is heresy magic level 1, disquiet. As the name suggests, it's magic that makes the opponent feel disquieted. The effect is so plain that I've never used it, but this, sure is nasty magic. An unbearable feeling of disquiet assails you, like you can constantly hear nails screeching across a blackboard. In addition, both pain nullity and sense of pain nullity have absolutely no effect. When I look at Wrath's appearance, I see that his face is pale and he has goosebumps. My condition has definitely become something similar. If asked, I'd say it's unclear how useful this magic would be in combat, but if it was used then it might be able to dampen their fighting spirit. It's a plain but unpleasant magic. Perfectly suitable for harassment. Has your resistance increased? Not yet. Mine has increased to greater heresy resistance level 1. I see, congratulations. Wrath begins a brief exchange. We continue in silence after that. What's with this punishment game? In a different sense this is as agonizing as when I was beaten up by Goshujin-sama. In the first place, what's with this situation where a man and woman are in the same room silently staring at each other with pallid faces? Also, maybe because it's a level 1 magic spell, or maybe because Wrath is weakening, but my resistance is slow to rise anyway. I had greater heresy resistance level 6 at the start, which is pretty high, so maybe that's another reason. Currently, Wrath's status is falling as he weakens. When I looked with appraisal his maximum values haven't decreased, so I think he'll recover sooner or later. It seems he was done in by that guy called Kuro. Something about it being necessary to cancel the activation of Wrath. However, even with his weakening body I'm still feeling this disquieted, so maybe if he was in a normal condition wouldn't this amount of disquiet be likely to cause madness? If I consider it that way, maybe I should be glad that he's weakening perhaps. I don't have any confidence that I could endure any more of this sense of disquiet. Oh my! In my case, I'm not particularly weakening, am I? So that means I'm using my magic normally then? Sorry. I'm at my limit. Wrath collapses to the ground, bringing an end to the forced proficiency gains for the day. Translation notes. Bugger all, the literal meaning of the Japanese phrase would be something like, not even worth a fart. On a side note, Sophia seems to be forcing herself to use a speech style that's slightly closer to the image of a proud vampire, using slightly posher language and talking down to Wrath. Regarding the title and the translation of the level 1 heresy magic spell. It essentially means unpleasant, uncomfortable, dreadful, unspeakable, etc. It first turns up in chapter 50 of the main story. It's also been translated as disturb, but I think disquiet sounds more like the name of a spell. In Blood 26, Wrath had heresy resistance level 9, and in Oni vs Oni, Sophia had greater heresy resistance level 6. We don't know how many skill points Sophia has despite Shiro's frugal training methods, but Blood 25 suggests that Shiro would simply order Sophia to gain skills or status during the 8 years, so maybe she used up skill points for that. On a final note, it's not been explicitly stated, but I presume that only available ruler skills are listed with appraisal and that ruler skills that are currently taken do not show up. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? 257. Writing is wonderful. If I can't talk, then why don't I just convey it with writing? I'm such a genius. If I just convey what I want to say in a book beforehand, then I don't need to have any unnecessary conversations. After I do that, then I just have to get the other party to read the book of their own accord. In addition, while they're reading the book, I don't even have to be nearby anyway. I quickly got engrossed in writing books. Now I can even attack the ones I've been hesitant to get in contact with previously. Yahoo! First is Imuto-chan. From now on I'll arrange it so that Imuto-chan will secretly support Natsume-kun's actions. Well, I don't intend for her to get too involved though. Ultimately I will consider myself lucky if Imuto-chan is able to gain a ruler skill. I better not view Imuto-chan as a pawn. I don't know when her love for her brother might run wild and she'll betray me after all. Therefore, I will hand over some simple written instructions that's more like a memo. What is this? Read. I simply say that and depart quickly. If I carelessly allow the conversation to continue, she'll start blabbering on about her Oni-sama. Once that happens, it'll take at least about an hour before I can free myself. An hour of horror. I don't have time for that. While I'm at it, I go take a peek on Natsume-kun's condition. Let's pretend I didn't see that. Would even a drug addict get that bad? Is this really okay? Well, if he's able to get a ruler skill, I'll then just dispose of him at an appropriate point. Please wait in anticipation of Natsume-kun's actions next time. Now then, next is Arnyar. Shutting the elves out from the demon territory is now almost entirely successful. The dangerous elements amongst the demons have been completely eliminated across the board. To be honest, there's not much left for Arnyar to do. I guess I can just have him make preparations for war. At the rate things are going, it seems that I'll be able to pull the humans into a large-scale war in a few more years. When the war is over, next will be to go destroy the elf village. I have decided this. However, Potamus is obviously not going to drop dead that easily. Based on the intelligence from my clones inside the barrier, I know the internal conditions of the elf village well enough, but there's a critical place I've not been able to infiltrate. Namely, the place where Potamus's real body is. It's not so much about the infiltration itself, but that I've still been unable to determine where it might be. It sure seems like he's been hidden carefully. After all, even after all this time, he's been able to elude both Kuro and the Demon King and is still alive. Well, in Kuro's case I'm sure that he's simply been hesitating about whether to destroy Potamus or not though. Once I locate Potamus's real body, I'll get rid of him. The preparations for that will probably be completed after the war has ended. Well, there's no need to hurry. I can just slowly build up the siege. In order to get another side to participate in that siege, I gotta go call out to them then. I've been putting it off until now, but I'll have to make contact sooner or later. He's probably the most abstruse person I'll face apart from Potamus, so I gotta be prudent. I'm about to get in contact with the Pope of the Divine Word religion. He's also the ruler of temperance. To be able to destroy the system I need the ruler authorities, and he is one of the people who possess that. Based on the intelligence gathering of my clones, I have good idea of what objectives the Pope is working towards. It's probably similar to Arnyar's. Like how Arnyar wants the demons to survive no matter what, the Pope wants the humans to survive no matter what. However, unlike Arnyar, the Pope is a ruler. In addition, if the Demon King is correct, he's also maxed taboo. He's maxed taboo, yet he still wants the humans to survive. That's not possible with an ordinary resolve. Depending on the situation, he's capable of being a much more troublesome enemy than Potamus. I'm writing a book. It's become quite lengthy. The contents are, the current state of the world, regarding the reincarnators, the forthcoming movements of the demons, my efforts to bring about the destruction of the elves, and a request to join in that. I'm sure the Pope already understands about the current state of the world. Otherwise, I don't see why he would have initiated a war with the goddess religion. Over the ages, no matter the world, it's always the case that religious wars become a mess. There's not many people who would ever go through religious conversion anyway, and no matter how much they struggle, bad feelings still remain. Particularly in this case, since though the divine word religion and the goddess religion have different dogmas, they revere the same God. There's no way the Pope doesn't know that. On top of shouldering all sorts of risks, to still pursue a plan of reducing the power of the goddess religion at this time, is a decision that he must have reached precisely because he has a clear understanding of the current status of the world. In the case of the reincarnators as well, I think he has a certain degree of comprehension. At any rate, the Pope is commandeering the reincarnators after all. He's sure to have spoken to them. As a small supplementary addition to the contents, I guess I'll add notes on why the reincarnators ended up reincarnating and anecdotes on the hero and demon king from the previous generation. I'll avoid touching upon D. It's better that way. Knowing about that could cause a disaster. After all, she's seriously an evil god. Imagine if such a god decided to seize the lifeline of this world, eh? That Pope would probably get holes in his stomach from stress, I guess. What I wrote about the forthcoming movements of the demons, it's pretty much half guesswork. I want to make sure of how the Pope interprets and reacts to that. If he abuses that information to attempt to obstruct me, then I'll have to show no mercy, unfortunately. To be blunt though, no matter how the Pope reacts, it won't have any effect on the war. The Demon King's strength surpasses anything in this world. Even the cheat-enabled reincarnators are no match for the Demon King. Just by herself the Demon King could destroy half the world. Obviously, so long as there's no intervention from either Kuro or myself. Against that Demon King, whatever the Pope decides won't actually amount to much at all. Either way, the outcome won't change. Yes, the outcome won't change. Whether he opposes avoiding the war, or whether he assists with annihilating the elves, there'll be no change in the end result for the Pope. For my final objective, I need the ruler authorities. And the Pope will probably not accept that. That being the case, I'll have no choice but to kill him and steal it from him. I teleport and appear right in front of the Pope. Just when he appears to be in discussion with Kuzuma-kun, one of the reincarnators. Who might you be? Wakaba-san. The Pope is unshaken, but still poses his question cautiously. Kuzuma-kun is clearly shaken and his voice quavers. There's sure a gap between them in dignity. Here. I leave the book I wrote there. And then I teleport away. What happens next is up to the Pope. Now then, I wonder how it'll turn out. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? The Pope's deliberations. The Pope's deliberations. What a turn of events. A mysterious girl abruptly appears, leaving a single book. Looking at Seijin's reaction, it's likely that she was a reincarnator. Seijin, call I8. I so inform Seijin, who is still staring in a daze at the place where the girl vanished. Seijin gave a start and comes to his senses, then immediately went about his duty. Seijin's figure disappears on the spot. No matter how many times I see it, it still looks like space magic teleportation, but in practice it appears to be one of the abilities from the special ninja skill that Seijin possess. Unfortunately, it appears that he himself doesn't even understand the principle behind it, so it doesn't seem possible to reproduce the effect of the special skill. If was possible, I would have every member of the church's Kinma unit learn it. I8, who I had Seijin call, is from the established Kinma unit, which is a unit that deals with the discovery and elimination of those with the taboo skill and demons hidden within human society. The taboo skill that almost never occurs has never reached level 10, but it is not like it could never happen either. While the possibility exists, it is a good idea to nip it in the bud sooner rather than later. Therefore, the church has strictly punished those with taboo since long ago. Also, because demons look no different from humans in outward appearance at all, there are times when they creep into human society for reasons such as defection or spying. Discovering such elements is one of the important functions of the Kinma unit. For the Kinma unit to achieve that, it is necessary to have a high level in the appraisal skill. I8, who I had Seijin call, also has the appraisal skill. I have called I8 to apprise the book that the mysterious girl has left, in order to determine whether there is no danger. Until I8 arrives, I gather my thoughts. Firstly, who is that girl? At present what can be understood is that Seijin knows that girl somehow, which can only be explained by her being a reincarnator. But, there is one thing that cannot be explained by that. That is the fact that Seijin instantly recognized that the girl was a reincarnator. Seijin does not have the appraisal skill. He should not have an appraisal stone either. If that is so, then how did Seijin recognize that the girl was a reincarnator? Does he know her from a previous meeting in this world? No. There is always a watch placed on Seijin. If he ever made any questionable movements, then it is unlikely that it was not conveyed to me. As far as I am aware, there should not have been any opportunity for him to have had a clandestine meeting. However, there are many mysteries about the ninja skill. The full details have not been revealed by appraisal, so it's possible that there's some hidden ability that has not been covered by Seijin's personal statements. If that is so, then the possibility exists that he has sneaked away without my knowledge. However, based on Seijin's reaction, that does not appear to be the case. That appeared to be genuine astonishment. Seijin is not skillful enough in acting to be able to fool me. Although there is a shape-shifting ability within the ninja skill, it has not been successfully tested after all. If Seijin had a bit more acting ability, then he would be able to expand his range of activities. It's regrettable. In the first place, Seijin is lacking in discretion. I keep him at hand because I find the ninja skill to be just that fascinating, but he hasn't even been able to master that skill. Ujo, who has been sent into the elf village, is much more competent. Just how many times have I wondered if I made a mistake in which personnel I have kept at hand? Damn it, not good. I've allowed my thoughts to stray again. If I make the assumption that Seijin was unaware of that girl's circumstances until now, then there is much less to consider. This is just a possibility, but, in that girl's previous existence, in the world where Seijin was known as Kusama Shinobu, maybe even now she has the same appearance she had then? If that is so, then I could accept why Seijin was able to tell that the girl was a reincarnator instantly. However, that's where the problem lies. I don't believe that the girl has the same appearance in both this world and the previous one. Seijin, Ujo, and Yurin all have a different appearance in this world. From what Ujo has reported, that is the same for the other reincarnators confined in the elf village. I can't believe that the girl is an exception. If that's the case, then that means that the girl deliberately disguised herself to have the same appearance as in her previous existence before arriving here. What is the reason for that? Though I have several ideas, the highest probability is indeed that it's because that she knew that Seijin was here, to put it briefly. Seijin's existence is an absolute secret even within the church. There is only a tiny handful of people who I trust with that knowledge. Has intelligence leaked out from them? Alternatively, it's also possible that Seijin himself has leaked it. Yet again, like with Seijin's ninja skill, it may be through the means of some unknown skill. If that's the case, then it's not due to a traitor and I can relax. No, I cannot relax. After all, this means nothing other than the fact that information has been leaked out from here. In the first place, I had not seen any indication of that girl using a disguise. That's how perfect a disguise it was. It could be thought of as some strange skill that I'm not aware of. Similarly to Seijin, as a reincarnator she should have a unique skill. Perhaps one of the effects is related to disguises? In the first place, what is that girl's objective? That should be within that book, but until it is appraised it is too dangerous to touch. Even while there is a small chance of a trap, I must proceed with caution. Until I-8 arrives there is nothing I can do. I also want to hear the full story from Seijin, but I sent him to call I-8. What a blunder. Pope-sama, I-8 has arrived. Enter. Just in time, I-8 has come. The man who enters through the doorway is hiding his face with a white cloth that has an eye drawn on it. The church's Kinma unit is perhaps better thought of as a dark ops unit. Because they often incite the enmity of others, and also so as to keep their background hidden, they hide their faces and go by a code name. Even from those within the church. The only ones allowed to know are their colleagues within the same Kinma unit. Even among those colleagues, there is a strong implication that they are all monitoring each other. I-8, and Seijin who went to fetch him, step forwards into the middle of the room. I know this is sudden, but please appraise this book. Certainly. I-8 stares at the book over the face cloth. However, there's no reaction. Always before he had reported the results to me immediately, but he continues to stare at the book without moving. What's the matter? It is impossible to appraise. What? This book only returns the result that it's impossible to appraise. Impossible to appraise? I've never even heard of such a thing. No wait, there is one. The n% I equals W skill. Even when attempting to appraise the contents of that skill, I heard that it's only indicated as impossible to appraise. However, what does this mean? The contents of n% I equals W is concealed by the will of a high-ranking administrator. It is thought to be both a measure to provide favorable treatment towards the reincarnators, and also to protect the reincarnators. Therefore it is impossible to appraise. Due to the fact that this book is impossible to appraise, then it means that it is something from outside the laws of nature of this world. Or otherwise, that it is a relic from prior to the activation of the system. This may be far more explosive than I had thought. Translation notes. Kinma unit, since it's hard to satisfactorily translate, I left it like that. The kin of Kinma is derived from the word for taboo and the ma is derived from the word for demon. It's like an abbreviation for anti-taboo and demon unit. From their manner of speaking and how it's described, it's pretty similar to a hardcore ninja unit in style. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? 258. Revive the Vampire Princess. That's good enough for Divine Word Religion. I'll go visit them again after a break of several days. Then I only need to hear their answer. However, therein lies a problem. While I could convey what I wanted to say in a book, there's no way to hear their reply with a book. Well, it's basically impossible that they would take my circumstances into consideration and reply to me using a book. What's with that exchange diary-like setting? Shouldn't an exchange diary be more bittersweet or something? Just where's the sadness in an exchange diary that is seriously discussing the fate of the world? On top of that, the other party is an Aji-san as well. If he was an Ostirican then it would be fine, but that guy is completely past his prime, you know. So for that reason, I need someone to act as a listener cum negotiator. My not-so-random selection is Vampire Girl. The Demon King is busy with various things anyway, and she's still the Demon King after all. It wouldn't do to just blithely bring her to the very center of enemy territory, surely. The Divine Word Religion is like the pillar of the human society after all. I have various other reasons other than a process of elimination to bring Vampire Girl along. If I say I have them then I do. It's not like I have no acquaintances to bring along other than Vampire Girl, okay. Ahem. Well, to put it bluntly, Vampire Girl and the Divine Word Religion have a bit of fate between them, you see. After all, the country where Vampire Girl was born in, was basically destroyed by the Divine Word Religion, right? I guess it was actually destroyed. The town that Vampire Girl was born in was completely trampled over, so I guess it's not really any difference. Basically, they're about equivalent to being enemies. Vampire Girl, really? Ever since Mara got angry at you, you've sure been depressed, huh? Or not so much depressed, but in turmoil? What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be a vampire? Who am I? What am I? That kind of thing. She's lost sight of her own identity, it seems. It's kinda like she's interpreted what Mara wanted to convey in a different way, and has gotten lost after dashing around at full power every which way. When I tried asking Mara whether it's okay not to amend his explanation, he said, "There is no meaning to it unless Aja-sama finds her own answer." So it seems that he doesn't intend to help. Are you sure? At this rate I'm worried that she might come up with some weird answer though. In other words, to let her distract herself, I've thus decided to throw her in at the deep end with a task that can become her current objective. As to how her contact with the Divine Word Religion will work out, that's an unknown for now, but well, I'm sure it'll work out somehow. As long as I hold her reins tightly, it shouldn't develop into a particularly bad situation, probably. In other words, prepare. What do you mean? In other words, how does that explain anything? Suddenly turning up and saying, in other words, doesn't mean shit, obviously. Good girls should not say words like shit. Thus, a chop to the head. Maybe I heard her skull cracking or felt her neck breaking, but well, don't mind it. I press a book into her hands. This particular book is quite thick. It's about time that Vampire Girl has to learn about important matters such as the composition of the world, about the system, and about what we are about to do next. In the first place, if she doesn't know about such things, then she won't be able to talk with the Divine Word Religion's Pope San anyway. Vampire Girl also more or less has taboo, so it's fine if she maxes that, and I could also have her deliberately use her skill points to do that as well. Muhaha. Before such an important announcement, her worries over her identity should be blown away. I'll have you forget all your little worries. Come now, you shall tremble in fear before the truth of the world. Oh? Haven't I just increased her worries? Yup. It's all good. Vampire Girl is a fine adult. I'm sure she'll manage one way or another by herself, you know. Now then, that's enough about Vampire Girl. Maybe it's bad, but whatever. I can leave the rest to Mara, her guardian. I guess I'll go check out Oenikon as well. Thus I have come to Oenikon's place. I have walked, for once. Normally I just teleport though. Well, we're living in the same mansion after all, so the distance isn't far enough to be worth teleporting. Shiro-san, welcome. Oenikon greets me with a gentle smile. You'd never think he held wrath. I wonder how he actually came to hold wrath. What brings you here today? Heresy resistance. Yeah, it's finally risen as far as greater heresy resistance level 5. It seems that nullity will take a bit more time, but things should already have improved quite a lot since previously. That's going well. I don't get tired from having a conversation with Oenikon. From just a single word he can guess what I'm trying to say. I guess this is what's meant by being able to read the mood. Status. Yeah? Aha. That's almost returned to normal as well. About 90% I guess. I think that'll become fully recovered in a short while. It can't be helped if he occasionally misinterprets things or misses things. Ugh, not being able to talk is painful. I don't think I'll be able to improve though. After all, getting in contact with others is such a pain. Oenikon's physical condition is still recovering. As yet he hasn't activated Wrath either. At this rate, I guess it's just a matter of time until he learns Heresy Nullity. In that case, Oenikon will no longer lose his way due to Wrath anymore, probably. If that happens, then Oenikon will be able to determine how he wants to proceed from now on by his own will. I hand Oenikon a book. It has the same contents as the book I gave to Vampire Girl just now. Today's book is a bit thicker, Read it, then do what you want. I turn my back to Oenikon and leave. Once he's read that, then it's up to Oenikon to decide what to do next. If he decides to align with my side, then good. If he becomes hostile, then I'll show no mercy. If he stays out of it, then that's fine too. I don't have the right to decide Oenikon's choice. Everything is up to Oenikon. That's not just for Oenikon either. I could say the same to Vampire Girl. For now it might seem like she's working under me a bit at a time, but I have no intention to bind Vampire Girl. Since picking her up I granted her the minimum amount of power to be able to get by. However, Vampire Girl already has enough power to be able to live freely within this world. Vampire Girl is free to make whatever choice she wants afterwards. Indeed, she can even choose the path of becoming hostile to me. I stop walking. If Vampire Girl becomes hostile to me, what will I do? That's obvious. If someone stands in my way, then I will show no mercy, no matter who they might be. No matter who. Translation notes. Aji-san means grandfather or male senior citizen. Ukin is more like uncle or middle-aged man and more colloquial. See here for a concept image of an Austerican. http://sea.ap.tackup.com/emicopom/243.html. Good girls should not imagine this being said in the tone of a mother or teacher admonishing a child. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? 259. Musama is scary. I decided I should inform the Demon King about this and that on the Divine Word Religion. Normally I should have reported this before getting in contact with them, but basically I forgot. Well, I guess it was inevitable. I've been doing whatever I want until now anyway. However, the other party this time is the most influential person amongst the humans, so unlike previous occasions I can't just sweep it under the carpet if I screw up, you know. If there's a blunder with the negotiations, even I wouldn't be able to patch things up by myself. Well, it's not like I couldn't do anything, but it's more like all I can do is kill all the nuisances, kinda thing. If I did that, then it would cause big problems amongst the humans. And if it comes down to that, then Kuro would blow his top. I don't want him to come charging at me. So for those reasons, in case of a blunder, I'll leave it all to the Demon King to patch things up. It's fine, it's fine. The worst that can happen is the humans become a bit more hostile. Do your best, do your best. You can do it. Yup. Whether I succeed or fail, I won't suffer any losses. What a wonderful life. Maybe the Demon King will get some ulcers though. Which is why I've come to the Demon King's place, but my timing was bad. Just a bit before I got there, it seems the Demon King had some visitors come to her room. When I entered the Demon King's room without knocking, there was the Demon King reclining in her chair with her feet on the desk, with two people standing to attention in front of her. Balto isn't around. Mostly likely he's rushing around after the Demon King forced the work onto him again. Ah, Shiro-chan. Good timing. Come in. At the Demon King's urging, I enter the room. Damn, if there's others here then I should have come at another time. I was just about to leave when the Demon King called out to me as well. At the Demon King's beckoning, I can't avoid walking over. Let's hear out their story together. I don't understand the situation, but I consent anyway. Okay, let's hear your report then. The Demon King said that while smiling broadly. She seems to be in a bad mood somehow. As if they can sense the Demon King's bad mood, the two people have stiff expressions. Of the two people, one is a sexy Oni-san. The other is a Shota. The Oni-san is the 2nd Army Commander, the Shota is the 6th Army Commander. They might look colorful on the outside, but they're respected big shots amongst the demons. Yes. On this occasion, my 6th Army, with the assistance of the 2nd Army, succeeded in cornering the hero. However, when we were on the verge of success, we received a counter-attack, with the end result that we lost some valuable war potential. I have no excuse. The heck? Cornering the hero? I unconsciously glance at the Demon King. Well, I keep my eyes closed even while I look at her though. Did the Demon King notice my gaze perhaps, since she nods her head in assent while still in a bad humor? Preparations are being made in order to erase the very existence of the hero from the system itself. Thus, until those preparations are complete, an order was given to not make any imprudent actions. Despite that, this lot made an attempt on the hero, it seems. I apologize as well. If the agent from my unit had been able to administer a lethal dose of poison as had been planned, then such a result would never have occurred. So basically, a spy or something from the Oni-san's unit poisoned the hero, but he didn't receive all of it. Then the Shota's troops attacked the hero who had been weakened by poison, but they were beaten instead. Or something like that. Certainly, when considered normally it would be a huge failure, but actually it's fine. That they didn't kill the hero. We're actually saved from trouble because they were too incompetent to kill the hero. Musama, Sanatoria-sama was only providing support. The 6th Army lead the strategy, so I shall carry all the responsibility. Oh. How praiseworthy despite being a Shota. However, you guys are making a fundamental misunderstanding, you know. Say, aren't you guys making some kind of misunderstanding? The Demon King speaks my own thoughts. The smile on her face has changed into an evil sadistic smile. You know, I'm pretty sure I sent out a directive, you know. Don't make any attempt on the hero. Indeed, the tactical blunders and so on are a trivial matter. The loss of war potential is of no concern at all to the Demon King. Actually, lose as much as you want. The problem is that despite being told not to make any attempt on the hero, they still made a move. That was the problem, was the very beginning. So why did you disregard the order and make an attempt on the hero, I wonder? She might be smiling, but her eyes are furious. And also, overawing the entire room. What's the mental state of the two in the middle? I don't even need to ask. Their faces have turned pale and they're continuously trembling, making it quite clear what's going through their heads. How can I understand if you stay silent, eh? Or maybe, perhaps you couldn't hear me? To pretend not to hear what the Demon King says, you've sure got some nerve, eh? There's no way that they didn't hear, of course. How malicious. The Shota was about to open his mouth to speak in a panic, but it seems he couldn't properly get the words out, and just repeatedly opened and closed his mouth like a goldfish. I am terribly sorry. He was finally able to squeeze out those completely basic words of apology. That sure seemed to be the most he could possibly manage. What is that apology for? For the strategic mistake? For arbitrarily taking action? For not listening to what I said? The Demon King unrelentingly piles more and more verbal abuse on top of the Shota. In comparison to that, the Oni-san has a bit more composure. Musama, your anger is most justified. However, we took those actions out of concern for the hero's war potential. Although it ended in a failure this time, it is a fact that we were on the verge of cornering the hero. I am sure we will succeed next time. Ah, now she's done it. A loud crunch reverberated through the room. At the same time, there was a sound like something hard being crushed. Some red body fluid is falling onto the Shota's face. It seems that the Shota doesn't understand why. With a blank expression, he raises his eyes to see the source of the body fluid. Then, his eyes meet with the Oni-san, who has a similarly blank expression and has lost an arm. Screams. The Oni-san and Shota scream at the same time. The Demon King is gazing at them with a disinterested and cold expression, chewing on the Oni-san's arm. Perhaps it's the power of gluttony, since the Demon King's mouth is clearly too small to fit that in. I said, do not make any attempt on the hero. Capish? As if instructing someone, the Demon King announces that using pauses between words. The Oni-san listens to those words while pressing down on the stump of her lost arm. If she didn't listen, she'd be killed. I don't care about the hero's war potential. What's necessary is for the hero to stay alive as the hero for now. Ah, I guess it's because you don't understand the reason why, huh? Well, your job is to follow my orders and fight to the death after all. The Shota looked startled. What? Did you think of yourselves as being special or something? Even though you're nothing more than trash who I wouldn't have the least concern with disposing of right now? You sure are tremendously conceited. The Demon King shakes her head at that completely shocked expression. Well, her real feelings are probably about half that. Get this into heads, okay? You lot are worth nothing to me. If anything, all you need to do is kill lots of enemies, and when you die in the end, just return your energy to the world. If you don't like that, then kill more than your share of enemies. If you can't, then die. If you can't do as you're told, then die. Die already. Die. 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 Both the Oni-san, who has lost blood, and the Shota have pale faces. Because they realize that the Demon King is serious. Well, I guess I'll hand them a lifeline. Balto, death from overwork. I mutter that. The pair of them have a reasonable social position, so if they're lost, then all sorts of extra work will come along. That harm will definitely go Balto's way. If he's abused any further, Balto will die. That'd be annoying. Oh well. I guess I can forgive you this time. Seeing the Demon King's attitude change so easily, the pair of them are dumbfounded, but when I turn towards them they come to their senses, give a bow and leave in a rush. Seeing their state, I shrug my shoulder. I would do the same as the Demon King. So, what did you come here for, Shiro-chan? Ah, that's right. Later, when I've talked about the divine word religion, the Demon King slumps at her desk. Translation notes. Sexy Oni-san, like how Aji-san can mean both uncle and middle-aged man, and Aji-san can mean both grandfather and old man, Oni-san can mean both elder sister and young woman. Basically a woman of marriageable age but not yet married. So a sexy Oni-san type of character would be the confident and seductive young woman type, rather than sweet, innocent, cute, pure, girlish, etc. Shota, male equivalent of lowly. Capish, Ariel didn't actually say this or something particularly close, but I couldn't resist since it fits the mood of the scene. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? ONI 14. Decision. I pick up the book. I ponder for a while, then put it back on the desk. Then I close my eyes and think, and before I know it I've picked up the book again. I've been doing this repetitively for a long time. I gaze at the book I picked up. To be precise, it's not a book, more like a notebook. However, to me the contents have become weightier than any book. As I flick through the pages, I give up on thinking just how many dozens of times I've already reread it. I've already memorized the contents. Though I've not quite memorized it verbatim, the content doesn't change even if I reread it. Even if I want it to change, it doesn't. What's written in here is about the risk of the world collapsing, and the method to avoid it. I bury my head in my hands. I had known about how this world came to be and about the system due to taboo, but I'd never have thought the situation had reached the final stages. If this is really true, then I sure have been reborn into an awful world. That's only if it's true though. Certainly, I can't believe that what is written here is the truth. No, rather than saying that what's written is mostly only the truth, maybe it would be better to say that these are facts with some unwritten lies. The reason I think that is because it's too good to be true. The method written here to deal with the problem is that if we can break up the system then the world can be saved. However, is that really the case? Until now, since such a thing has never been done before, will it really work out that well? Is it really so simple that the world can be truly saved as easily as snapping your fingers? If that's true, then why has the world had to go through such hardships until now? Maybe I'm just being unfairly suspicious, but I simply can't believe in this. In addition, if the system is gone, then that means skills and status will also be gone. That which has been depended upon for survival until now, will be lost. The chaos from that should be particularly significant. What used to be easily possible with certain status values, would no longer be possible. The prosperity brought about by skills, will collapse. Effectively a depiction of pandemonium in hell, I would expect. It might be similar to taking away electricity from modern Japan. No, considering the actual impacts involved, it may be even worse. This book doesn't touch on those aspects at all. Based on that, maybe inconvenient facts are being concealed, and only deceptively good facts are being covered. That's what I've come to think. To be blunt, I don't actually understand the inner workings of the system. In that sense, Shiro-san has definitely made more progress than I have. For that reason, even if something has been concealed, I don't have the slightest idea even why it might have been concealed. Or even whether anything has actually been hidden in the first place. There's no end to my doubts. However, I cannot simply discard the contents of this book as being bullshit either. In these incredibly precise contents, there is a persuasive argument. Even when I compare this to the contents from Taboo, there's nothing out of place. For that reason, the conclusion I reached after all my agonizing, is that this mostly true with some secrets and lies mixed in. I tap my finger on the book placed on the desk. If this is mostly true, then why did Shiro-san hand me this book? Well, that part is obvious enough though. In short, I'm sure she's telling me to choose my own destiny. Considering the contents of this book, the world is going to enter a period of upheaval. Shiro-san is promoting that. She's telling me that I now have to start thinking about what I should do when the time comes, I'm sure. Shiro-san might be unexpectedly soft-hearted. Though we weren't at all particularly close in our previous lives, she's going so far to aid me after all. With heresy resistance, with this book. It's impossible that she doesn't realize that when I've read this book, that there is a real possibility that we may become enemies. I better not come up with any half-assed conclusions. At this rate the world will be destroyed. There's probably no doubt about that. However, when is that going to happen? There's nothing written about that. All that's written, is that at this rate the world will be destroyed. Based on the manner of writing where no definite time frame is given, even an exaggerated example of the world being destroyed after 1,000 years wouldn't contradict the book. Demolish the system, then use that energy to stop the destruction of the world. I think that part is the truth. If there's a lie written here it would be in the description details, which covers even the methods and state of progress. To be honest, considering all the technical terms I can't really make much sense of it all, but if it was made up then Shiro-san has an incredible imagination. If this all came from her imagination, then some scent of madness should be drifting around. It seems better to simply accept that what's written here is the truth. However, there still won't be enough energy. It needs to be supplemented. I guess this part is where the problem lies. Supplement, in other words, to kill people and collect the energy. That's precisely the reason why she is trying to launch a large-scale war between the demons and the humans. It's a path that is unavoidable in order to save the world. However, is that really the case? Going back to the timeline for the collapse of the world just now, it appears likely that it's not necessarily the situation. If it's the case that Shiro-san is concealing the timeline for the collapse of the world and there's still some leeway, then wouldn't it mean that this atrocity isn't necessary? In that case, why does it seem that Shiro-san is going to such great lengths to hurry up the action? Is there a reason why it has to be this way? It's probably here. There should be somewhere here that Shiro-san wants to keep hidden no matter what. I need to know what that something is. And also, whether there's anything else that might be hidden. I stand up with the book in my hand. When I look outside the window, I see that it's gotten really late in the day. It's something I've only realized recently, but when it's time to eat or when it's time to sleep, Shiro-san never goes outside. She's often not around during the day, but she always returns to the mansion around that time. Around bedtime. Right now, Shiro-san should be in her room. I use the appraisal stone to confirm my status. Almost a complete recovery, but in other words, not yet a complete recovery. I only have 2 magic swords as well. And even those are hastily made ones from when my status had not yet recovered. I feel uneasy. Not only do I not feel in perfect health, Shiro-san's power is unknown. If my impression isn't mistaken, then even if I was in perfect condition it seems that I would have no chance of winning. However, if what Shiro-san is aiming for is not something that I'm able to accept, then it might turn into combat right there. I pray that will not happen. Having made my decision, I walk towards Shiro-san's room. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 31. Mina. Ugh, guah. During class I felt nauseous and hastily covered my mouth. Because I've been throwing up all the time recently, Goshujin-sama has been muttering things like puke girl all the time. I don't want to be called something so disgraceful. Sophia, is it happening again? While I'm desperately trying to hold back my vomit, the prince-like Waldo's face shows up right in front of me. That's when I reached my limit. I'm now lying down on the bed in the school infirmary. Since I was scolded by Murazofi, I've frequently been in the care of the school infirmary. It's not that my physical condition is poor, it's completely a mental problem. Starting with Waldo, it's painful to even face the boys I had used charm on. I don't even know how I could dare to interact with them in the first place, as until recently I could only see them as my natural food, but I can't do that anymore now that I regained my awareness as a human. Including my previous life, I have not had proper contact with others after all. Much less with boys. I've already crossed the line, so even I am wondering what I'm saying myself, but this is something I cannot avoid. The me at that time could only see them as things. I had no awareness of them being people. I used charm on them as brainwashing and I treated them like things. Even if I do say so myself, I'm the worst. Because I've realized that, I've been completely avoiding them. The charm skill in the set of vampire skills, unlike the standalone charm skill, is not actually that powerful. The reason why I was able to completely control them, was because there was just such a big difference in status values. However, now that I've stopped charm and am keeping my distance, even they should be regaining their consciousness. Several of them have been able to separate from me already. Yes, several of them. The problem lies with the ones who are still trying to get involved with me despite being cut off from charm. Waldo is one of those. I don't know what his aim is, but just by getting close to me I get anxious, so I wish he'd stop. Just when things were starting to settle down, when I no longer seemed likely to be vomiting, Goshujin-sama dropped a bomb on me. What the heck? The destruction of the world. And how to stop that? Even if you suddenly tell me about all that, what are you asking me to do? I really don't have time for all that, So if you suddenly disclose a big problem to me on top of that, there's nothing I can do about it. The divine word religion is certainly something I've thought about. If not for the war with the divine word religion, my parents would never have died. However, if you asked me if they would have been happy otherwise, I cannot give an immediate answer. I recall Murazofia's words. Then, I wonder to myself, would my parents be proud of me as I am now? The answer is, no. To them who were human, my way of life as a vampire is definitely not something that they could accept. Then, if that war had never happened and I had been living with my parents still, what would have happened to me? Would I have been able to hide being a vampire and been able to live like a human? I don't know. This is just a hypothetical argument after all, and with my meager imagination not a single idea of such a scene comes to mind. No matter what I imagine, all I can come up with is my guise as a vampire. At the end of the day, the truth of me being a vampire won't be overturned. That it won't overturned, is undeniable. There is no other way for the current me other than to be a vampire, something that I've accepted deep down. To put it bluntly, if I was asked whether I can still return to being human, I could never assent to that. If the system goes away, my skills should also be lost. At such a time, my vampire skill would also be lost. Then, I would no longer be a vampire? I would become a mere human? No thanks. That would no longer be me. I'm a vampire, so if I'm not a vampire then I'm not me. However, if the system is not destroyed then the world will end anyway. If the world ends then I'd be dead too. Either I die, or I stop being a vampire. That's not really a choice. What can I do then? Due to lack of sleep my consciousness has become dim. Even though I have faint resistance, there's still limits. Thanks to sense of pain nullity I can ignore my bad physical condition somewhat, but since blood is mixed in every time I vomit it's certain that I have a perforated stomach. Even if I say so for myself, my brain has totally gone to mush. I want to drink blood. Since then I haven't drank a single drop of blood. I'm a true ancestor, so even if I don't drink blood I won't die anyway, and my status values won't drop either. However, it's a matter of my feelings. If I don't drink blood, then it's like a human who subsists only on raw nutrients. Though you can live that way, there's no joy. Even if there's no influence on my status values, if I don't drink then I get irritated and can't settle down. Feeling any better? It was only when I was spoken to that I noticed that there was a person next to the bed. Even if I feel bad that's so careless of me. I am fine. I reply while pretending to be calm. When I look up, as I expected, I see Waldo. That's a lie. Nobody would accept that when you have such a pale face. Waldo leans forwards and looks into my eyes. Not only that, but he puts his hand on the bed, as if to block me from trying to escape. What do you think you're doing? Don't you want to drink blood? I couldn't avoid twitching in response. I was actually thinking that just now after all. That after Waldo has been cut off from my charm, it seems that he's noticed my real identity. My throat gulps. The boy in front of me seems like he's a sweet and delicious fruit. Due to my enhanced five senses, the scent of Waldo's sweat, his slightly raised body temperature, and even the sound of his racing heart can be heard. Even though he's cut off from charm, it seems that Waldo is still weak to me. If it's you, I don't mind giving you everything. At those words my rationality burnt away. Now I've really done it. Rather than returning to the dormitories, we've snuck out from the campus and come to the mansion where Goshujin-sama stays. I am feeling really refreshed. Waldo smiles widely while saying that. Out of his mouth, long canines are peeking out. Yeah, I've really done it. In my over-enthusiasm I sucked too much blood. If your blood is sucked by a vampire then you become a vampire. That being said, just being sucked is not enough to turn you into a vampire. To become a vampire, then either the vampire who is sucking the blood has to think about wanting a retainer while doing the blood sucking or you must expire after a lethal dose of blood is sucked. Either of those requirements must be satisfied. In this case, because I hadn't done any blood sucking for so long, I accidentally sucked too much blood. Thanks to that, Waldo is now a proper vampire. You're the son of a noble family, aren't you? If you become a vampire, that's obviously going to be a problem. What the heck am I doing by piling on new problems when I'm already inundated with problems? Arg, really? What should I do? Shut up. While I'm writing in agony, I was kicked by Goshujin-sama. I want to cry. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? 260. Just who created all this chaos? It seems Vampire Girl has charged into the mansion in a somewhat confused state. Well, okay, whatever. Actually, it's not okay but, well, this is the Vampire Girl we're talking about. From the monitoring done by my clones I have a rough idea what happened anyway. But, you know? Once the mood progressed to a dubious stage I cut the monitoring, but when they came out there was a new vampire. Peeking in on a love scene is certainly too much so I had cut the monitoring, but I seriously wonder what happened. For starters, I'll silence the Vampire Girl, who is squawking noisily. But oh. Today we have a beautiful demonstration of a shape by Vampire Girl. The moment the boy with her sees that, his eyes open wide. How dare you? He comes rushing at me. Drawing his sword he attempts to stab me. Ah, Vampire Girl, I guess you haven't disciplined your retainer yet, huh? The moment I decided to deal with him properly, a figure suddenly landed between the boy and me. The figure used something like a judo throwing technique to push the boy down onto the floor, locking his elbow joint. Since he's a vampire I'm sure he could deliberately break his arm to escape from that, but he's fresh out of the oven though. I'm sure such an unconventional technique wouldn't occur to him yet. Ugh, let me go. I will not. This is for your sake as well, Waldo-sama. You must not oppose this lady. That voice. No way, Felmina. Oh, he noticed. That's correct. The one who's on top of you is actually your ex-fiancée Felmina-chan. She's a pitiful girl who made valiant efforts to try to save the poor boys under the charm of Vampire Girl, and on top of being crushed, or rather ignored, she was then cast aside by the fiancé she tried to save. To take care of and support such a girl, I'm super nice. In addition, I'm giving her training and work to do as well, I'm super caring. Waldo-sama, please calm down. Otherwise you will be killed. Oh, you think she's looking at me with fearful eyes? It's just your imagination. I won't kill him, okay? That kid is technically the child of a big shot noble anyway. Killing him would lead to bothersome stuff. So you don't need to be so afraid, okay? Really? Gaha. Yeah. Cough. Goshujin-sama, could you please not kick me every time? Ah, Vampire Girl has revived. She's wiping away blood that slipped from her mouth with a handkerchief. Don't mind the little things. It's not like she'd die anyway. By the way, Goshujin-sama, who is that girl? She seems to be an acquaintance of Waldo though. Leftward arrow Felmina. Leftward arrow Waldo. Leftward arrow me. Leftward arrow Vampire Girl. Heavy silence. Vampire Girl, seriously, could it be that you don't remember Felmina-chan? Or rather, you never even had any awareness of her? How wretched. Sorry, our Vampire Girl is a bit like that on the inside. She doesn't mean any harm. Because she doesn't mean to, she ignores her own wickedness though. While sitting astride on Waldo-kun, Felmina-chan's shoulders start to shiver softly. Waldo-kun drops his gaze to the floor with an ashamed expression. Vampire Girl realizes she's done something bad but doesn't know the cause, and while pretending to be calm she's totally giving herself away with her flustered eyes. So this is a love triangle, huh? It's nothing to do with me though, so I'll evacuate. Let's go. Don't you run away. Tisk, Vampire Girl caught my sleeve. Even if you beg me with such a face, there are some things that even I cannot do anything about. In other words, friendship, effort, conquest, love, or passion-infused communication, and most of all, I don't understand the human heart. Gah. Let go. I'm escaping from here. Or rather, don't drag me into this. Isn't this a bomb you planted? It's already exploded beyond hope, so just beg for forgiveness on your belly. Well, it's not like she herself even realizes what she did wrong though anyway. Just how did things end up like this, I wonder? Oh, an icon. You came at a good time. Save me. In short, the start of the incident was Sophia-san turning Waldo-san into a vampire then. Indeed. Things have calmed down for the moment, so we started holding an inquiry in a relatively small conference room inside the mansion. After all, this mansion has rooms as big as university lecture rooms apparently are. I've not been to a university lecture, so the only image I have is of a large sprawling classroom with university students milling around. In contrast to Onai-kun's weary expression, Vampire Girl replies with a brazen expression, or at least she thinks so herself. It's obviously impossible to smooth over a face that's so close to crying though. Then, when Waldo-san became hostile towards Shiro-san for kicking Sophia-san, Felmina-san stopped him. Yes. Indeed. The apparently calm-looking Waldo-kun, and the still somewhat depressed-looking Felmina-chan reply. So, that's when Sophia-san asked who Felmina-san was. Silence. Vampire Girl's face has cramped. Waldo-kun is trying to keep his face immobile but surely he's not calm on the inside and Felmina-chan's response was to start crying again. Felmina-san tried all sorts of things to rescue Waldo-san from the effects of Sophia's charm, but in the end those failed. Waldo-san then denounced and expelled her. Afterwards, she was taken into Shiro-san's care and worked as a subordinate. Indeed. Felmina-chan confirms Onai-kun's words while crying. Against the opponent she fought so hard against, she'd obviously be downhearted to have not even been recognized. In conclusion, it's Sophia-san's fault. Objection. Objection overruled. Onai-kun's decrees his judgment, Vampire Girl demurs. Onai-kun immediately overrules. No mercy at all. No matter how I look at it, it's Sophia-san's fault. In the first place, are you using charm on people and brainwashing them as a joke? That's not something you should do to the same people as yourself. It's an atrocity. Scathing criticism, as if despising her utterly. I'm somewhat surprised. Onai-kun has a rather gentle personality after all, so I wouldn't have expected him to express his emotions in words so strongly. Well, after thinking about it for a bit I guess I can understand. When all's said and done, Onai-kun is the ruler of wrath. Deep in his heart dwells an endless rage. Instead, his gentle everyday guise should be considered the exception, and this guise should be considered the norm. In response to the unexpectedly strong criticism, Vampire Girl shudders for a moment then looks downward. Felmina-chan looks on at that Vampire Girl with a cold expression and Waldo-kun doesn't interpose himself. That Waldo-kun has decided to stay beside Vampire Girl still despite being cut off from charm, suggesting he's taken a side. Or rather, if he'd just casually tagged along here without thinking then he'd have to be a seriously shallow guy. Am not. Vampire Girl mutters in a subdued voice. Even with my sense of hearing that's all I could hear, that's how soft a mutter it was. However, it was clear that it was a mutter with real determination behind it. What? I am not the same. This time she shouts. I am a vampire. I'm not a normal person. I'm not the same. Most likely, I'm the only one here who comprehended the weight of the words she has said here and now. Those words are a declaration that Vampire Girl will completely cast aside her humanity. But, and, what of it? The mood in this chamber has gotten as heavy as lead. Anger is pressing down so hard it might as well have mass. There's good deeds and then there's evil deeds. No matter what reasons you might have, evil deeds are still evil. What you've done is evil no matter how much you protest. Felmina-chan gulps. Waldo-kun's face stiffens while not being able to preserve his poker face. What you call evil deeds is the way of life for vampires. To deny me that means to deny my very being itself. If it's evil then fine. That's who I am. All by herself, Vampire Girl directly accepted that anger head on. They glare at each other. Only time passes by. I'm getting pretty hungry, so mind if I leave? Love scene, the word used here, nyurba, originates from kabuki theater. It can also be used to refer to love/romantic/sex scenes in films. Shape, a follow-on reference from ONI 11. He's fresh out of the oven though, the implication here is that Waldo has only just become a vampire. A newly baked vampire as it were, so isn't used to things. Beg for forgiveness on your belly, Shiro suggests that Sophia do a dogza. When Sophia says, "I'm not the same," that's in response to Wrath's, "same people as yourself." Here, the "same people as yourself" has the sense of fellow humans, but without explicitly saying human. Kumo Desu Nani ka? Oni 15. Non-human. Author's comment. Summary up to the previous chapter. Vampire, ate what was offered to her. Oni, what are you doing? Are you an idiot who wants to die? Spider, nothing to do with me. We glare at each other. The anger simmering in my chest boils up, and I somehow manage to contain it in desperation. If my anger explodes here, then it's obvious that I will lose control of myself to wrath again. That's why, even while glaring at Sophia-san, I fully utilized my powers of reason and attempted to suppress the anger burning within me. To me, what Sophia-san has done is not something that I can forgive. Charm magic, brainwashing, and forced slavery. Those are the ones I detest the most. Then after calmly doing all that, Sophia-san used the excuse, "because I'm a vampire," and became defiant. I will never be able to forgive that. Coincident with that, in the back of my mind I realize that the point of the conversation has shifted. To begin with, this all started from when Sophia-san turned the demon called Waldo-san into a vampire. Furthermore, before that he was related to the charm magic that Sophia-san had spread everywhere, but let's not go there. In that case, what's important right now, is what Waldo-san thinks about having become a vampire, I guess. Waldo-san. Why, yes. When I call out to him, Waldo-san responds in a shrill voice. From his point of view both Sophia-san and I are pretty much monsters. With the likes of us two glaring at each other in this closed space, it certainly would have become a very uneasy place to be in. It's not surprising that he couldn't conceal the tension in his voice. Waldo-san, what do you think about having become a vampire? To my inquiry, Waldo-san ponders for a moment. I think of it as an honor. In that moment, he was probably thinking what the best answer could be. So that he could convey in a short phrase that he himself wanted to become a vampire, and had decided that even after hearing about the charm magic. In that case, there's nothing more for me to say regarding Waldo-san. However, the other matter is different. Waldo-san is saying that he himself wished for it, so because of that I have no intention to say anything more. However, Felmina-san deserves an apology. Her life has been ruined because of Sophia-san. No matter how you look at it, that's your fault. Regardless of stuff about vampires etc. Without averting my eyes from Sophia-san, I declare that in this brief period I've fully grasped just how big Sophia-san's obsession about being a vampire is. However, that and this are different matters. Whether you're a vampire or whatever, there's no way that absolves the guilt of having ruined someone's life. On top of that, because she's completely forgotten about it, it cannot be settled. Sophia-san doesn't move while glaring at me. However, her eyes are swimming a bit. I guess even she senses that she's at a disadvantage. Her attitude is like that of a scolded child desperately looking for a way to escape. Suddenly, something feels out of place. Sophia-san and I are both reincarnators. Combining this and our previous existence, it adds up to quite a lot of age. Yet despite that, going by how she behaves, her mind seems quite childish. I wonder what that is about. Sophia. My pondering is interrupted by Shiro-san's voice. It's a quiet voice, but has a strength of presence that cannot be ignored. On hearing that voice, Sophia-san gains a small gleam in her eyes. Is she expecting assistance perhaps? Apologize to Felmina-chan. However, the words that Shiro-san speaks are not what Sophia-san was expecting. For an instant Sophia-san has a vacant expression of surprise on her face, and after that her face turns red in a flash. She throws a glare at Felmina-san and "Don't get cocky because you were called with Chan." Saying that she runs off. For your sharp parting remark, that's what you went with? It seems it's not just me who is dumbfounded, as there's a strange and unspeakable atmosphere pervading the room. With that atmosphere, the first one to move was Waldo-san. Imploring the faces of the other three people, his glancing eyes turned towards the door that Sophia-san left through. Seeing Waldo-san like that, Felmina-san makes an imploring expression at Shiro-san. In response to that, Shiro-san silently nods her assent. Having received that, Felmina-san accompanies Waldo-san and leaves. Remaining are just me and Shiro-san. I look at Shiro-san's face. It's as expressionless as ever. However, she seems somewhat displeased. Do you have some spare time? I call out to Shiro-san to forestall her as she appears about to get up. I originally came here because I had some business with Shiro-san. I just got dragged into Sophia-san's mess. As for when I questioned her and the others, properly speaking I had no right to pry into that as an outsider. Why is Sophia-san like that? Yet despite that, that's the question that I raise. Even though I have important matters that I must discuss. Because we've had a death battle in the past, perhaps I've developed some strange sentiment? To my query, Shiro-san doesn't reply for a while. I got used to it during the question and answer session in the other dimension, but a conversation with Shiro-san requires patience. Since she's not standing up, I think she intends to reply. I think that if she didn't intend to reply then she probably would have left without saying anything. Because she's not human. The reply she gave after a lengthy pause was a bit too plain for me to be able to understand. Because she's not human, well, saying that, I'm not human either. However, even though we're both non-human, I still don't understand Sophia-san. A human cannot understand a spider's feelings. A spider cannot understand a frog's feelings. It seems my doubt showed on my face. At Shiro-san's words, I understand somewhat. Even if we're both non-humans, I am an ONI while Sophia-san is a vampire. Though human-shaped non-humans may be grouped together, there is still a clear difference. Because of that, misunderstandings will occur, is what Shiro-san is probably saying. Certainly, I don't know anything about vampires. Neither the reason why Sophia-san obsesses about being a vampire, or how they live. Though she is clearly at fault, she was still so opposed to apologizing, so perhaps there is something that a vampire is unable to concede. Though even if I think that, I still cannot forgive her after all. Though saying that, blaming her one-sidedly might be barking up the wrong tree. Maybe I need to know a little about vampires. When I gather my thoughts and raise my head, Shiro-san is eating something. If I'm not mistaken, then that appears to be the leg of a huge frog. Shiro-san is expressionlessly stuffing that into her mouth and eating it. It certainly seems that my understanding of non-humans is lacking. I have realized that just from seeing this scene. Furthermore, not being in the mood to ask any further questions, and having not confirmed anything about what I had originally wanted to ask, I ended up leaving in dejection. Translation notes. Sophia's summary of, ate what was offered to her, implies something other than food. It's probably a reference to the phrase which is normally translated as, it's a poor sort of man who runs away when a woman offers herself to him, except inverted. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 32. Sulkiness. There's been too much happening lately and it feels like my head is going to explode. When I woke up after going to bed in a huff and looked at things calmly, even I wonder what was up with me yesterday. What Wrath was saying is correct. Even now I still can't remember Felmina and so on, or rather, I don't think I even have any awareness of her. Even I can realize that that is cruel. I myself understand one-sidedly treating someone like an enemy, having them take no notice of me, and then suffering the crushing shock of not even being recognized. Because I have experienced that myself. To Wakaba Iro, the existence of Negishi Akiko, was like that. After we have been reborn, being able to have our current relationship, gives a strange feeling though. What I've done to Felmina, is bad I'm sure. I understand that. I understand it, but I don't feel like simply apologizing. The heck? Felmina-chan, I'd never have expected Chan. For that Goshujin-sama, to amiably, use Chan. Sigh. Calm down, me. Recently, haven't I become a bit strange when it comes to Goshujin-sama? I'm aware of how things were in our previous existence, but it somehow feels like things have recently been developing in an entirely different direction. This is a bad trend I'm sure. However, I can't deny that I've thought of Felmina as being annoying anyway, and I don't think that feeling will change either. If I actually apologize with things as they are now, it'd simply be for form's sake and without an ounce of sincerity. If I'm going to apologize, it should be after repenting honestly and my feelings having cooled down. Besides all that, the one who annoys me the most right now is that damn outsider who stuck his nose in and acts as if he owns the place and told me to apologize, Wrath. What's with that high and mighty view of his own opinion? Bad things are bad? I understand that without being told. That's why recently I've been vomiting while agonizing after all. Spurred on by my seething irritation, I get up from the bed I was lying on. In the end I didn't return to the dormitory yesterday, and was put up at the mansion overnight. When I open the curtains, I'm bathed in refreshing sunlight. It won't turn me into ashes of course, but that light makes my heart melancholy. I'm sure they were waiting until I was awake, since with good timing there is a knock on the door. When I reply, one of the maids of the mansion asks if I need assistance with getting ready. I politely decline, and head over to the dining table where breakfast is being prepared. I find that other people are already there. One of them is Goshujin-sama. Her expression is the same as ever, but that's the face of someone thinking of nothing else but the breakfast she is about to eat. With that mood about her, I'm sure she won't respond. Good morning. Good morning. I exchange greetings with Wrath, the other person already here. As if the room temperature had literally decreased, a battle of dangerous glares unfolds between us. Neither of us intend to yield, that much is clear. A while after we start glaring at each other, the food is brought in. I'm sure just entering into this space where Wrath and I are trying to stare each other down is painful, so I'm impressed that the serving maids didn't allow anything to show on their faces. I separate my gaze from Wrath, whose spirit had wavered, and take a seat next to Goshujin-sama. The entire mealtime is silent. After we've finished eating, Wrath turns to look at me. That is clearly telling me that he wants to talk afterwards. Sophia, this is convenient timing, so let's go visit the divine word religion. Ripping that apart, is a rare long sentence from Goshujin-sama. In this atmosphere, to completely ignore that and talk about taking me somewhere, her nerves are the same as ever. But where did you say you're taking me? If I didn't mishear, she said the divine word religion or something. Eh? What do you mean? It's a bad habit of Goshujin-sama, but she orders other people about without explanation, only giving the conclusion from her own reasoning. No matter what, I don't understand why I should be visiting the divine word religion. Saying that, where exactly is the divine word religion? Doesn't the divine word religion have locations spread out around the world though? Goshujin-sama is expressionless. Saying that, I don't think it's just my imagination that she appears to be astonished. Why doesn't she ever realize that her explanations are lacking? I really wish she would stop that. Divine word religion. While I'm agonizing over what to do, Wrath's murmur brings me back to my senses. From the way he said it, it seems like he didn't understand the meaning of the words, divine word religion. I guess that would be the case for those living in the demon territory. I haven't heard Wrath's detailed personal history, but I've heard he was a goblin though. Then I guess it's no surprise that he doesn't know about the religions of the human territories, since they don't exist in the demon territories either. The divine word religion is a religious belief worshipped widely amongst the humans. Calling the system messages the voice of God, they promote actively raising levels and skills in order to hear it more often, or some such nonsense. Privately though, I attach the comment that they're the bastards who killed my parents. That's not relevant right now though, so there's no need for me to go out of my way to explain that to him, so I'll conceal it instead. Or rather, you should just be glad to have a decent explanation. To my explanation, Wrath makes an expression and then his face seems to tighten in sudden realization. Shiro-san, that doctrine is. To Wrath's words, Goshujin-sama nods. Hey, what are you two doing ignoring me and having your own private understanding? How did you communicate between you with just that? Would it be possible for me to come as well? Goshujin-sama nods yet again. This is a nod to affirm that it's okay to come, right? Is it just me who keenly feels that a troublesome situation has suddenly gotten even worse? Translation notes. Regarding Chan being amiable, this is a bit hard to explain, but depending upon the situation it can give a sense of close, long-term, friendship. Well, not using any honorific at all on someone's given name can be considered even more intimate, depending on the situation. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Informal conference. Informal conference. It somehow ended up with Onikun going with the flow and also participating, but it'll work out somehow. Or rather, I've kidnapped Vampire Girl who still doesn't understand the situation and teleported. Here we are at the Divine Word Religion headquarters. Like last time, we charge into the Pope's office. As if welcoming us as we arrive, the Pope drops the documents in his hands, and the guard with him quickly responds, while the attendants and officials stare in shock. When I came last time he was talking with Kuzuma-kun, so maybe he had cleared out the room for a private chat. He's normally a nice person, I guess. A6. The moment the guard was about to make a move, the Pope spoke. This is case 3. Act according to that. Yes, sir. At the Pope's words the guard responds, leaving the room we're in. The Pope seemed to use a code word so I can't quite understand it, but case 3 probably refers to me appearing, I guess. Did he predict several hypothetical cases, and practice so that they can respond to any situation? Are negotiations cancelled then? I would prefer it if you would not suddenly appear with teleportation, and instead come through the main entrance. I ignore the Pope's complaint. It's not like they'd give us a warm reception if we came through the main entrance anyway. How would we explain our way through? This is not an appropriate place. Currently, a conference room is being prepared. Would it be acceptable to wait in an anteroom until then? Somehow, an implication that, you suddenly turned up so wait for a bit, since we gotta prepare as well you dolts, seems to be heard, but I'm surely just imaging it. I nod in acknowledgement. Then, please come this way. The attendant indicated by the Pope guides us. We are led to an anteroom as indicated, and drink some of the tea provided while we relax. Say, where is this place? Vampire Girl is the one asking such a belated question. The holy country of Aleos. The person just now was the Pope. The holy country of Aleos is the headquarters of the Divine Word Religion. And of course the Pope is at the top. With just that even Vampire Girl should be able to comprehend the current situation, I'm sure. Eh? What do you mean? Correction. It seems she's even more confused. Shiro-san. How much do you know about this Divine Word Religion bunch? In place of the rubbish Vampire Girl who I had been counting on, Onikun makes a pointed comment. Really, maybe it would be better to leave the negotiations with the Pope to Onikun? Nearly everything. From the start I had known quite a bit, but I had learned much more on top of that. I've come today to use that knowledge as a basis, and we shall see if the Divine Word Religion feel inclined to fall into step with us. Then, the reason why you've come this time, is for the demons and Divine Word Religion to join hands behind the scenes. Onikun makes such a good esper that it's scary. Well, I guess it's inevitable to make a bit of a leap in logic. To be precise, it's actually a preliminary step though. If possible. In other words, depending upon these negotiations. Onikun understands the current situation, having a grave expression. Having come to understand just how serious a place he finds himself in, it seems like he's braced himself. Depending on the situation, this could become a historic event where the demons and humans conspire behind the scenes after all. Hey. What's going on? Explain it so that I can understand. Vampire Girl makes a racket, but I ignore her. It was foolish of me to have expectations in her. I shall leave the negotiations to Onikun. What will be will be. Well, Vampire Girl and the Divine Word Religion have a significant connection between them, so it's not meaningless for her to meet with the top guy here this one time. It's possible that if Vampire Girl rampages that the negotiations could be cancelled as a result, but it'll work out somehow. If it doesn't, then the Demon King will just get a hole in her stomach. Also, Balto might die from overwork. It won't harm me, so there's nothing to worry about. Afterwards, while I monopolized the provided sweets, Onikun finally managed to explain the situation to Vampire Girl. Somehow, I can't tell if those two are on bad terms or good terms. Well, though the situation yesterday left them on bad terms, I don't think that they are fundamentally incompatible with each other in the end. If they can face each other properly, then maybe they can reconcile. I don't have any intention of doing anything bothersome like mediating between them though. After about 30 minutes it seems the preparations are finally complete. It feels like Vampire Girl and Oenikun had a mutual exchange of information, but it was wise of them not to ask me anything. Those two had a pretty heated exchange of views, but to me it was mostly in one ear and out the other, so even if they asked me something I wouldn't have been able to answer. Most of all, I'm not the type to simply reply when asked anyway. I shall praise them for understanding that much about me. We were guided by the attendant to a quite splendid conference room. Furthermore, a barrier against eavesdropping and fluoroscopy has been erected, so I can infer that the Divine Word Religion is taking this conference with thorough attitude. These guys are serious. Somehow, this makes me feel bad for turning up with half-hearted feelings. Even if you told me to get serious, all my consciousness is focused on how to manage to have a conversation at all, so concentrating on that point leaves me with no margin to consider anything else. There's a large table placed in the center of the conference room, and I take a seat at the attendant's guidance. I peremptorily take the middle, with Vampire Girl and Oenikun taking seats to my side. Oh, well, whatever, I'm in the middle huh. Opposite us is the Pope in the center, with various people who feel like big shots. Amongst them are a few youngsters who feel out of place. Perhaps as a representative reincarnator for the Divine Word Religion, Kuzumakun is seated while looking stiff with nervousness. He's normally like a high-spirited idiot, but I guess Kuzumakun is just a self-conscious commoner when push comes to shove. Are you going to be okay like that? Now then, how will this go I wonder? Oenikun, do you best. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Informal conference. Informal conference. Well then, while informal, let us begin the conference between the Divine Word Religion and the demons. At the Pope's words the conference begins. For the Pope to get the ball rolling, maybe he doesn't want us to gain the initiative, is that his attitude I wonder? To be honest, when these sorts of exchanges and showing of all your power and the arm twisting begins, I don't understand all the finer details and customs. Well, I don't care about taking the initiative, so if he wants to advance things then I have nothing to say. Or rather, I nothing to say in general anyway. Let us begin with some self-introductions. I shall begin. I am the 57th Pope of the Divine Word Religion, Dustin the 61st. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The Pope's self-introduction concludes. Continuing on, all of the Divine Word Religion people give a self-introduction, but to be honest I don't have any intention to remember any of them except the Pope and Kuzumakun. Though the Divine Word Religion Pope is the 57th generation, the name he gave is Dustin the 61st. I wonder how many people in this world actually understand the meaning of that. It is a declaration that, after having lived 60 times, he is experiencing his 61st life. That he is self-aware of that he has experienced that he understands the meaning of that. And on the basis of that, he named himself thus. Just by naming himself, in his name, he has the weight of 61 people. Or possibly, more than that. I am Sajin, a member of the D-Dark Ops squad directly under the Pope. I am a reincarnator, and my name in the previous world was Kuzuma Shinobu. Kuzumakun introduced himself with a trembling voice. Or rather, he faltered. What's directly? I'm sure he meant to say directly, but he clearly faltered there. I hear my neighbor Oenikun mutter Kuzuma, in a quiet voice. That reminds me, I get the feeling that Oenikun and Kuzumakun were on pretty good terms. Kuzumakun might have been a member of Natsumakun's group, but he was the type to talk with other boys on occasion. Though I say that he was a member of Natsumakun's group, it might be better to say that he was involved with him for a long time, and wasn't the type of idiot to idolize Natsumakun either. Kuzumakun was that type of commoner. Being in the vicinity of the most powerful person amongst the humans, his situation hasn't changed much in this world. That concludes our self-introductions. Can you please begin on your side, Miss Nightmare of the Labyrinth? Wah? Wah, isn't that one huge fucking bomb you just dropped there? Well, I am aware that I am called by this slightly embarrassing Chiryunibu-esque name amongst the humans, but is that something you should say right in front of the person in question? No, that's not the problem. How was it exposed that I'm the same entity as the Nightmare of the Labyrinth? Where did that information leak? Ugh, To actually shock me twice, what a fearsome pope. This is a whole different league to Arnyar, I guess. I can't be careless here. Be cool. It's still okay. That they know shouldn't be a problem, except being a little bit embarrassing, probably. Just feign being calm. I call myself Shiro. Please address me as such. Please don't call me by a nickname like Nightmare of the Labyrinth, okay? I adamantly refuse that. Also, vampire girl, why are you staring at me with such astonishment? Was it my tone? If I try even I can use a bit of polite speech, you know. Shiro-sama then. Excuse me, but, amongst the demons what kind of role might you have? A sharp glance from the Pope. His appearance is that of a good-natured old man, but in his eyes lies a blade whose sharpness cannot be concealed. As expected of the boss of the huge religion that manipulates the whole of humanity from the shadows. He's nothing like what he seems. Anyway, that's a troublesome question. I don't actually have any official status amongst the demons, do I? If I had to say something, then a relative of the Demon King? If it was going to be like this, then maybe I should have asked for some kind of official position from the Demon King. After this is over, let's get some kind of official position. That should make it easier to take action in future anyway. Putting the future to one side, how should I answer for now, huh? I have not come on behalf of the demons today, instead it is as one of the administrators of the world that I am here. Safe. Also, a declaration that I am an administrator. I want to praise myself for constraining the opponent while evading the attack. Hey, even I can converse if I try. When making my thoughts turn over at full power to the degree that my brain cells might explode and I might vomit blood on opening my mouth. So don't bring me up as a subject too much, okay? So as to declare my intentions to not talk any further, I urge the two to the left and right of me to do their own self-introductions. I let Vampire Girl and Oni-kun know that I've finished my conversation by glancing at both of them. It seems that the self-introductions will start with Vampire Girl. I am Sophia Karen. A reincarnator. However, I have no intention of speaking my previous name. If pressed, maybe it would be easier if I say here that I'm the noble daughter of the ex-Earl Karen, whose home you people attacked. What? Even my ally is a fucking bomb-dropping idiot? Hey, you're saying that now? Well, I was the one who hoped it would lead to Vampire Girl's growth, and for that reason brought in such an unpredictable explosive though. Please read the mood a bit more, and pick a more opportune moment for the revelations. Don't just suddenly bomb the whole area. I am Wrath. I'm also a reincarnator, but like Sophia-san I intend to abstain from declaring my name from the previous world. If you really want to know, then ask Kuzuma over there later, please. Phew. At least Oni-kun gave a safe introduction. Good, good. I am a kaijin who evolved from an ogre. What? I don't know what Oni-kun intended by saying that, but suddenly the expression of many of the divine word religion people has changed. Particularly the Pope. It seems he's gone into deep thought. Huh? Isn't this strange? Just with the self-introductions the situation has become incredibly threatening though. Am I the only one who can't foresee this conference ending in peace and tranquility? Translation notes. Chiyunibu aka 8th grader syndrome, a rather childish rule of cool. Just to be clear, when Shiro calls herself an administrator, this is the exact same term as used before, e.g. the title of chapter 120. Don't ask me why there's not much of a reaction. The term kaijin has appeared before, e.g. Blood 27, and literally means, Oni person. Kumo Desu Nani ka? Informal conference. Informal conference. Author's note, the Pope's point of view. Even when I tried calling her the Nightmare of the Labyrinth there was no reaction. She casually called herself Shiro. With no changes in expression, I cannot perceive her emotions. Her eyes are closed as well, so even there I cannot get any read on her. The eyes are the windows to the soul, is a saying from Seijin's world. I thought it was a perfectly fitting phrase when I heard it. When I am talking with someone I am also looking at their eyes. That is also part of etiquette, and when someone's eyes move their emotions can be read as well. If the eyes are closed then it means that such information cannot be gained, though conversely by closing one's view it means that information that could have been gained is abandoned. Or perhaps it means that without relying on her sense of sight, that it's enough for her to use sound and the flow of air. In any case, I wonder if Shiro-sama judges us to be worthy from her point of view? That she considers it worthwhile merely to take a seat here and to give her name and for the conference to continue? I hope so at least, but let's see. From the white spiders drawn in that book, it was implied that Shiro-sama was related to the Nightmare of the Labyrinth. From there, when considering the specifics of the Nightmare of the Labyrinth, the natural solution could be derived. That the Nightmare of the Labyrinth was a reincarnator. Understanding that much is simple enough. Making it is possible to believe that Shiro-sama herself is the Nightmare of the Labyrinth. From the fragmentary available evidence, that much can be reasoned. So as to confirm that answer, just for that it would be worthwhile to take a seat in these discussions. We are being tested by this girl who claims to be an administrator. From the contents of the book that she handed over, it is not the case that I had never considered that. However, when someone declares themselves to be an administrator in a face-to-face meeting, it is also a fact that I suddenly had the feeling that it was unbelievable. In desperation I managed to gloss over it so that it wouldn't show in my expression, but whether it worked or not is another matter. It's probably better to think that it did not. If it really is the case that she ascended all the way to the top with the position of administrator, then whether her eyes are closed or not, it is certain that she can perfectly understand the events of the world. Even if that's not the case, if she has evolved from a spider monster, then it would not be at all strange for her to see the world in a different way to humans. It might be better to think that the reason why she has her eyes closed, is not because she can't see but because she doesn't need to see. It has been quite some time since I last began a conference in such unfavorable circumstances, where the other party has already seized the initiative. It makes me recall the ones with Black Dragon-sama. I'm uncertain whether she really is an administrator or not. Was there nothing false in the contents of the book she handed over? Determining that matter is perhaps the single most important reason for this conference. At the same time, providing that it is the whole truth, I had to impress upon the others that there was value in meeting with her just for that. If this goes badly, this conference could decide the fate of the whole of humanity. On the assumption that it is the truth, we absolutely must not offend her. However, before this venture even began it is possible a blunder has been made. Who would have thought that both of her companions were reincarnators? In addition, that they had a non-trivial negative attitude towards the humans. Sophia Karen, the only daughter of the former Earl Karen, who was a feudal lord in the country of Suriera where the goddess religion is established as the state religion. The war engineered to chip away at the power of the goddess religion destroyed the Karen territory. Earl Karen and his wife both perished. The daughter was unaccounted for, but since even the intelligence network of the divine word religion could not ascertain her fate, it was feared that she had either died long ago or had been kidnapped by the elves. But then, considering that even Black Dragon-sama raised the subject, I had thought it unlikely that she was with the elves. To think that she slipped by our information network and took shelter in the demon territory. Perhaps shortly after that war, she went to the demon territory by teleportation. Perhaps I should consider it Black Dragon-sama's guidance? Based on her manner of speaking, she is aware that the divine word religion initiated that war. I have no choice but to conclude that she has a highly negative opinion towards us. Wrath. It is the first time that I heard his name, but I remember the rampaging ogre who caused great damage to the Empire. All the more because I had suspicions that he might be a reincarnator. The sequence of events that led to him becoming hostile to the humans is unknown, but it was impossible to discuss that matter since he had given himself up to anger. It is conjectured that he had activated the anger series of skills. When the anger skills are activated, the status values increase drastically, but it has the demerit that one's reason is blown away. In repeated battles with humans, he would activate that skill, so surely he lost the ability to regain his reason. Then the Empire gave up on subjugating him, drove him towards the demon territory, and successfully forced him onto the demons. At least that should have been the case, but it seems that he was able to regain his reason somehow, and is now participating as a member of the demons in the end. Unlike Sophia Ju, it is unclear to what degree that he has a negative opinion towards the humans, with that unknown aspect being troubling. With his searching gaze, I understand that he is testing us though. I want to discuss with Seijin what sort of person he was in the past, but I obviously cannot ask in this place. Wait. He declared with conviction that if we ask Seijin then we can learn his previous name. In other words, it means that Seijin knows who he actually is. Where did he and Seijin contact each other? But, Seijin has always been beside me. Wherever he was deployed to, we never allowed him to be alone. That being the case, what does this mean? Thinking about it, when he was an ogre, at any time did he try to go meet with Seijin thinking that he might be a reincarnator? However, Seijin reported back then that there was no opportunity to talk with him. There was nothing false in that report. The other Dark Ops members who were accompanying him also had identical reports. In that case, maybe it is his face? Shiro-sama's face according to Seijin was almost unchanged compared to Wakaba Iro in her previous life. Then it wouldn't be strange for Rathdano's face to be equally similar to his previous life perhaps. In that case, is Sophia Ju's face also similar to her previous one? I want to confirm with Seijin, but it is not important to do so now. What is important, is the fact that Shiro-sama has brought these two with her. Since she specifically brought them, it means she has a reason for doing so. Author's note, this took place in 3 seconds. How strange. The story isn't progressing at all. Translation notes. Black Dragon-sama, Kokuryu-sama, is how the Pope refers to Kuro. See the Pope and the Administrator, chapter. Sophia Ju, is a bit like saying, Lady Sophia, or Miss Sophia. Rathdano is sort of a male equivalent except Dano is gender neutral normally. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Informal conference. Informal conference. Then, having concluded the self-introductions, let us move on to the main subject. After a brief gap, the Pope continues the conversation. Agi-sama, you're amazing. You can continue the conversation in this heavy atmosphere without flinching? It would be impossible for me, you know. Do your best, Agi-sama, don't lose, Agi-sama, I know nothing. Then, would it be acceptable if we both speak frankly today, about the contents of this book? What the Pope takes out, is the book I handed over last time. Written in there is information on the current state of the world, the movements the demons will make because of that, and also information on the reincarnators as an extra bonus. Also, the most important one is a proposal about possibly building up an anti-elf collaborative organization. What's still not in there, is my plan for saving the world. Depending on the result of the conference I might reveal it to them, but the Pope will likely become an enemy in the end. In consideration for that, for the immediate future I guess it's good enough if we can cooperate purely on our common enemy, until the elves are defeated, in other words. If they reply with a yes, then our actions will become easier, and if it's a no then instead our actions will become difficult. However, at worst it would just be difficult, and it shouldn't affect the overall situation. To the Pope's words I give a slight nod. I have no intention of being frank, but I'm sure they feel the same way as well. Firstly, regarding a discrepancy in perception on the current situation, I shall express the opinion of the Divine Word Religion. Discrepancy? According to the contents written here, it is suggested that in the near future that the world will collapse, but in the opinion of the Divine Word Religion a complete collapse is calculated to be at least 100 years away and possibly several times that. Regarding this discrepancy, I wish to request an explanation. Crap. This might be a bit bad for me. That perception is wrong. No. I do not believe it is wrong. The current Ma energy filling rate could certainly be said to be in a critical situation. Nevertheless, it should be possible to compensate for that. By the will of the goddess Surreal-sama, who we know as the god of the divine word. I took them lightly. There is a clear difference in power between us for a start, and that regardless of the negotiations the final result would not change. Or so I thought. However, it appears that I underestimated this Agi-sama a bit too much. I never thought that he would actually have such an accurate understanding of the system. If he's grasped that much, he would be capable of understanding my plan without any discussion. However, that is dangerous. If it's this Agi-sama, then unlike even the Demon King and Administrator Kuro, he might go so far as to realize the biggest downside in my plan. That is, the massive fatalities in life across this world when the system collapses. Precisely because of that, the Pope will definitely become my enemy in the end. Although he has experience of taboo, since he is a man who gives maximum priority to humanity's survival, it will happen. That being the case, I cannot afford to be frank about my plan here. Even if the Pope realizes that truth, he is still no match for me. After all, he's only a ruler. However, it would be bad if he passed that on to Kuro. If that truth is passed on to Kuro as things are now, then if he tells me to withdraw my plan, I don't yet have the power to oppose him. Everything will fall through. I must do everything in my power to avoid that. What to do? If I'm not able to give a somewhat satisfactory answer here, then it will breed suspicion. It's not too bad if it just means them refusing to cooperate, but what if he reaches the truth? I don't think he will, but it's scary not being certain. A bit beyond what I had assumed, this Agi-sama knows too much about many things after all. Excuse me. May I make a statement? Nikon raises a hand. The Pope gives permission. Referring to what you said a short while ago, it was specifically focusing on just the Ma energy. There was no mention of the abrasion of the souls of the residents of this world. Damn. If Nikon now gives further details on the state of the world to the divine word religion and my expectations for the future, then it might backfire. I had thought of delegating the entire conversation, but I don't want him to blurt out anything inconvenient. However, if I stop things now in a panic, then it would be suspicious. If I did that, then I would definitely end up revealing that I didn't want to talk about the real facts. Certainly the Pope would have enough details to be capable of reaching one step closer to the truth. But, if Nikon talks, then it would be the same thing. What should I do? Or rather, Nikon, you better not be talking about this while knowing that. Nikon's searching gaze is not just pointed at the divine word religion side, but is pointed at me as well. While comparing notes on the facts in the conversation with the divine word religion, is he attempting to probe my true intentions then? Not good. I had thought I was bringing a reassuring ally, but maybe I've just taken upon myself an unthinkable enemy. Help, vampire girl. Ah, it's hopeless. She's set her eyes on glaring at the divine word religion side. In a different meaning, she's also dangerous. Blia. If I unthinkingly retaliate here, it might cause an explosion. What to do? The divine word religion Pope at the front gate, Nikon at the back gate. In addition, vampire girl is outside the gate. This crisis has exceeded my processing capabilities. Oh yeah. Be cool. I'm still okay. Even if it's a bit bad for my image, if I can keep my secrets, then I can still recover, probably. This is a directive from the main body to the clones. From now onwards I shall commence what should be called my first serious conversation since being born. All clones are to support the main body's thinking. I repeat, the clones are to support the main body's thinking, and assist in the smooth operation of my mouth. Muhaha. Even though I have 1/100th the communication ability of a normal person, with over 10,000 clones joining forces, I have the ability of 100 people. Roar, my language skills. And smooth things over here. Translation notes. Ma energy filling rate, this is the same term as used in chapter 205, when Ariel said it was just 3%. The divine word religion Pope at the front gate, Nikon at the back gate, this is a reference to the idiom which is equivalent to, caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, but literally translates as, tiger at the front gate, wolf at the back gate. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Informal conference. Informal conference. Author's note, ONI's point of view. Sorry Shiro-san, but I'm going to make use of this situation. I had Sophia-san explain to me just what kind of religion the divine word religion is like while we were waiting. Inferring from there, and based on the words of the old man who called himself the Pope, I have concluded that the divine word religion has a deep understanding of the world system. If that's the case, then I will be able to learn about the current state of the world from them. My current information only comes from taboo, and what Shiro-san informed me of. Even if there's nothing false in the information from taboo, I cannot declare that there's nothing false in the information from Shiro-san. I'm currently in a valuable position to be able to ask the opinion of a third party, so I have no other option but to make use of this. Having said that, if I give excessive preference to my self-interest, then it would be bad if that leads to a situation where Shiro-san's negotiations are undermined. It's because of Shiro-san's goodwill that I'm able to have my current life, and it could even be said that I owe her my life. If I incur Shiro-san's displeasure here, at best I'll face expulsion. At worst I may be killed. It would be great if I can understand Shiro-san's true intentions from this conference, but it would be bad if that results in me forfeiting my life. Somehow, while sounding out Shiro-san, I must avoid offending her, and at the same time avoid giving an advantage to the divine word religion, while advancing the negotiations. This seems to be a pretty impossible task. In my previous life I was nothing more than a high school student, and in this world I've been more like a feral child who has spent little time in decent circumstances. Meanwhile, the opponents I have to take on are Shiro-san, who calls herself an administrator of the world, and the head of the divine word religion that is the biggest religion amongst the humans, of all things. Perhaps the degree of difficulty is a bit extreme. To be honest, I don't even know to what degree Shiro-san will tolerate things, so it is essential to promote the negotiations carefully. Depending on the situation, I might have to abandon ascertaining Shiro-san's real intentions, and simply concentrate on the conversation with the divine word religion. Well, when push comes to shove, I'm sure the divine word religion will support Shiro-san, so I'm not too worried. What I need to pay attention to is how far I can probe into Shiro-san's plans. That's what I need to make sure of. With regards to the abrasion of the souls, to what extent does the divine word religion comprehend this? Let's begin by pressing them in this area. I don't know to what extent the divine word religion comprehends this, and what I do know only comes from the information that Shiro-san provided. What is correct, what is incorrect? I can't even determine that. I examine Shiro-san's countenance. No change. Does this mean that it's okay for me to continue? Because Shiro-san's expression didn't change, it's hard to read her. The divine word religion has concluded that it is not in a critical situation. Something feels out of place in the Pope's words. By that, perhaps this means that they haven't comprehended anything at all about the abrasion of the souls. If what Shiro-san said is true, then it's possible that a large number of people have already been sent to the afterlife, from soul abrasion. At any rate, the very people I had massacred when I was imprisoned in Wrath, had been isolated for that specific reason after all. Them being isolated was said to be due to the involvement of that other person called a god, that man in black who one-sidedly beat me up. That being the case, it's highly probable that it is the truth. If that is a falsehood instead, then I can expose it by confirming it with that man in black directly. Considering the risk, there's no way that she involved someone else in a lie. Or perhaps she expected me to think that way, or perhaps she thinks I won't get the chance to meet that man in black, or perhaps that man in black is an accomplice. There's so many ways it can all be denied, but once I start doubting everything there's no end to it all. Assuming that the story about the abrasion of the souls of the residents of this world is true, then the Pope's words show a distinct lack of understanding about the current situation. With the situation getting close to the final stages as shown by the large number of humans who have already been sent to the afterlife, they are overly lacking in a sense of crisis. That being the case, maybe they are entirely ignorant of this matter then? Not in a critical situation, even though it is possible that over 10,000 people have already been sent to the afterlife. The Pope's eyes begin to shake about. They become calm again in just an instant though, but the only one to manage that was the Pope. The other members of the divine word religion cannot conceal their discomposure. Maybe I erred. I tossed away this perfect card in the opening round, when the divine word religion had no clue. Moreover, without anything being negotiated in return. If that's all, then it's okay. The problem is, in the case where Shiro-san intentionally withheld this information from the divine word religion. That would mean that I've arbitrarily handed over valuable information. I quickly glanced to the side. Shiro-san hasn't moved. In that case, am I still safe? I have not incurred Shiro-san's wrath just yet. I have not handed over some information that will undermine the negotiations. Or at least, I hope not. To think not being able to read someone's expression would be so bad for the heart, all the more so because the person is Shiro-san. Is that really true? Maybe he concluded that there's no use in keeping up appearances, as the Pope asks in a grave voice. Administrator Gyurita Stodes is involved in this matter. In his name, I shall take this occasion to swear that it is the truth. Instead of me, Shiro-san answers the Pope's query. If that man in black's name has come up, then it surely means that it is the truth. No matter what kind of administrator he may be, I cannot believe that he would make up such a lie to deceive us. I can also guess that from the sharp gleam in the Pope's eyes. I wish to ask for your exact opinion. Shiro-sama, in your diagnosis, how long will this world last for? The Pope makes the inquiry. It will surely collapse soon. To the Pope's query, the reply that Shiro-san gave was quite ambiguous. Rather than giving a precise value, she said soon. That was also the style used in the book that she handed to me. While not being a lie, it's not the full truth either. That's how the words can be taken. Can you not inform us of a specific value? It seems that the Pope also thought the same way as me. While he did not use a severe tone of voice, there seemed to be an audible undertone that evading this would not be tolerated. You are surely laying the blame at the wrong door to ask me that. The Pope's words were completely dismissed. Please do not misunderstand, but in the first place I am an outsider to this world. While I might be lending a hand to save this world out of kindness, by all rights it's you people who should be expected to resolve this no matter what. If you are getting flustered by an outsider like me informing you of the crisis at this late stage, then even if I told you that the world would end tomorrow you would surely be unable to do anything except run around like headless chickens. Those words seemed to be dripping with sarcasm that, can't you even notice the world in crisis when even an outsider knows? Translation notes. Just to be clear about one thing, everyone is speaking using polite speech styles. The Pope is generally being both polite and humble in his speech. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Informal conference. Informal conference. Author's note, Vampire Girl's point of view. I have no family. It could be said that Murazofi is close to being that, but he and I are not related biologically. I have no family related by blood. If you want to know why, it's because they were killed by the divine word religion. It's possible that the grandparents that I met once are still alive, but even if I met them now I don't think I would have the sensation of them being blood relatives. Even for my real parents, they felt like strangers to me who has reincarnated, so I didn't have the sensation of them being blood relatives. Even still, my real parents did love me. Without the war, if peace had continued, I would probably have been able to live happy with those gentle parents. Murazofi wouldn't have become a vampire either, and Noria who fell victim when I escaped would probably still be alive as well. It's not just Noria either. There were many servants in the mansion who also resolved themselves to approach their final moments together with my parents. If only there had not been a war, then surrounded by that town, by that mansion, by those parents and servants, hiding the fact that I was a vampire, I could have lived as a normal human. I might have had such a future. I can no longer cast away the vampire side of myself. However, if I had had a different future, I think I would have also had the opportunity to live as a human. With my meager powers of imagination, I don't know whether or not I would have been happy though. Even still, that doesn't change the fact that I had one of my possible futures stolen from me. Until now the idea of countries waging war with each other has just been too big in scale for me to understand who to blame. I cannot deny that I channeled those murky feelings into dissatisfaction towards Goshujin-sama. I had to do that, so that I could sort out the black emotions swirling within me. That way, my emotions have become settled after much time. However, right in front of me is the one who caused it all. This nothing like the fits of anger that I've vented at Goshujin-sama. Here is the undisputed ringleader behind the war. The one who killed my parents, stole my home, and stole my future. Why did you cause a war in the country of Sarira? Restraining the urge to kill that seems about to overflow, I ask that. Until now, I had been under the impression that the war had been caused due to a religious dispute. However, from today's conference, and from the arguments I'd had with Wrath beforehand, I have now realized that the Divine Word religion is no ordinary religious organization. My question is precisely because I've realized that. Why was it necessary to cause a war at that time? After all, a mere religious dispute is of no value to the Divine Word religion. The Divine Word religion merely has the form of a religious organization, while in practice they're a group that is working to save the world. While just saying that certainly makes them sound like a religious organization, they're not simply waiting to be saved while praying to God. They're putting in their own effort, working towards solving the problem themselves. So for the Divine Word religion, I don't understand their reason for trying reduce the goddess religion's power. After all, a religious war is always something that becomes a quagmire. It should be more like if the Divine Word religion wanted the war to be lengthened, and for many trained soldiers to be killed, it should be a development they would desire. Instead, in that war, the Divine Word religion was clearly working towards reducing the power of the goddess religion. Even though it should have been more convenient for the Divine Word religion to let the goddess religion have power to some extent. The intent wasn't just to reduce their power a bit. The reason why I believe that, is because back when Ariel-san had saved me, she clearly said that the Divine Word religion intended to crush the goddess religion. For her to assert it that strongly, I think she must have had a pretty good basis for that. What I remember about it, was Ariel-san saying that the war was a course of events in the world that couldn't be helped. She added, that it was important to decide what I would do the next time. I was a baby back then, so I couldn't do anything. What Ariel-san had said, was that it was important to decide whether I would fight or give up the next time something similar happened. Then, I had answered that I would fight. Since that time, I have gotten extremely strong, going by my status values. Enough that, I believe that I can easily handle everyone in this place, except for Goshujin-sama and Wrath. Depending on the Pope's answer, I don't know what will happen. The goddess religion professes faith in the goddess. Within that is a truth that the ordinary people cannot be allowed to know. In order to crush that, it must be destroyed together with the goddess religion. Well, saying that, I'm sure that there are high-ranking members of the Divine Word religion who are not here that also think that. At the Pope's words, I unconsciously blinked my eyes. My parents were killed for such a reason then. At which, the emotions I had braced myself for, suddenly deflated at the anticlimax. That was one of the objectives, but the core of it was a different matter. As if to prod my deflated emotions, the pointed words of the Pope burst into my ears. At the weight loaded into his voice, I was unexpectedly surprised. We of the Divine Word religion, in preparation for the passing on of the goddess Sama, have decided to crush the goddess religion in advance of that. A shiver suddenly runs down my spine. The determination in the Pope's words. And a faint feeling of anger next to him. Sensing both of those, I couldn't speak. If things continue as they are, it will become necessary for the goddess Sama to supplement the wasting away my energy. If that happens, then it is as clear as anyone can see, that the personage who has been supporting the system and continuously supporting this world, will surely exceed the limits of her body. Thus, it is expected that the goddess Sama has little of her lifespan remaining. In addition, that after the goddess Sama passes on, that Black Dragon Sama will take over her position as well. Wrath gives a start of surprise and looks at Goshujin Sama's face. Ignoring Wrath's reaction, Goshujin Sama continues to look at the Pope. With her eyes closed, but in a serious manner. If Black Dragon Sama becomes a living pillar for the system, then the voice of the Divine Word that we revere, will of course also change from the goddess Samas to Black Dragon Samas. At that time, the Divine Word religion will surely face a great storm. We must prepare for that time, so that we can safely announce the substitution of the gods. The Divine Word religion's creed is that the system messages are the voice of God, and that people should make efforts to hear that voice. If that voice of God suddenly changes, that will be capable of shaking the very foundation of the Divine Word religion, and become a major event. No matter how they work to avoid it, suspicion towards the Divine Word religion will sprout. It is understandable to prepare for that. However, how is that related to destroying the goddess religion? In order to minimize the chaos, this will be necessary no matter what. If the goddess Sama passes on from this world, that truth will have to be announced. Therefore, the goddess religion that worships the goddess, must be forced into decline. The Pope continued that it's because people might lose the will to live otherwise. Translation notes. Sophia is referring to the Blood 12 chapter when considering the past. Nuaria dies in Blood 8.